introduce me? Oh, never mind.
Sure. Then I'd have to figure out the overlay.
Oh, you haven't got that done yet?
Yeah, I've got it, but I've already got it on there. So now we've probably been live for a couple of minutes now. There we go. Yeah, so yeah, I start out all these streams butter smooth. So yes, it's me. Dave's here too. You probably already heard him talking, but I'll bring him in a moment. So it feels like I've done like 45 live streams in the last 3 days. Um, we had a long weekend last week where we built the second tank, and then I came back Wednesday night to finish it. We did manage to get it to push out some plastic, but I had to go back and tweak a few things and adjust some things, all that good stuff. And it is printing pretty well, and we're going to circle back on that. But I needed to get that build done because we needed to do this build. So today, and maybe tomorrow, we'll see how it goes. LDO has shipped over this Voron Switchwire kit. And if you've been following me, I've been kind of on the fence about Voron. But my buddy Dave Randolph over at Print Solid has agreed to join me in this build, and I will bring him in right now.
Hello.
And there he is. Welcome, Dave.
Thank you. Thank you.
If you don't know Dave, he is the mastermind behind Print Solid, and he's going to help me walk through this kit, and we're going to build Voron type things. Try not to break a whole bunch of stuff, and it should be just an all-around good time.
And the humor is that I will be building mine at the same time. So this is not a build off. It's not a race. But should I finish first, and there's a betting pool for that, it would be very positive.
Excellent. So yeah, side bets. That's all on you. You know, if you want to take them, that's completely fine. And it's also I want to mention that it's been a while since I've used StreamYards, and they have vastly improved a lot of things I have noticed. Even like YouTube chat, they are, and it's still going to try to read me your tips and things. Andrew Rogers, thank you very much for the $10 coffee fund. That is always welcome. I could always use some more coffee. And I will split all this with Dave after the show. I promise.
You'll spend it. You'll spend it at my store. That's what's going to happen.
It will make it back to Dave at some point,
in one form or another.
All right. Yes, we have a whole lot of people in chat. I have no idea. I haven't looked at YouTube stats, but we might as well get rolling here. So
yeah. So this is the kit from LDO. They've been working on this for a while now, and this is kind of their full-blown kit. It's kind of got everything in it, is my understanding. And yes. Me and Chris both got kind of early releases of it.
Yeah, and that's something. This is kind of the beta version kit. I did. Dave gave me a few heads up on things that I wouldn't have thought about, which was much appreciated, including the heat insert part. And because they include a tool for setting those, but the soldering iron that I usually use is the smaller tip style. And so I actually bought another soldering iron that would fit this tool because I have a feeling I'm going to be using it a lot. So I have opened the kit, rummaged through it to see what we might have needed, and it is pretty complete, I have to say. We're going to unbox it here, but there's a lot of stuff in this kit. So we're just going to find out and see how it goes.
There's my kit.
There it is.
Should we break into them?
Let's do it.
Now, of course,
I have more flat surfaces now, so I can just spread it everywhere.
Now, of course, I did the television thing, and I retaped mine back up, so
nice.
Pretend like it's new,
Nice. Yeah, I wasn't that.
The fake unboxing.
Yeah, I tear into everything like I'm a wild animal. It's like if it could be an aspirin bottle, and I will leave shrapnel all over the counter. So Dave is going to actually give you a better view of what is going on. I will, we'll generally talk about this stuff as we go through. It might be really hard for me to keep up with chat, although I am watching it. So I'll do my best with that. But Dave's camera view is going to be a little better than mine. And you want to talk about that panel kit first, since it's first out of the box?
Yeah, so they include normally LDO for all their standard kits are going to include all these panels, which you need kind of the enclosure panels and some base panels, kind of the whole thing. They're not bad. They're pretty decent quality, but they are acrylic. There's acrylic matte black type of thing going on with them for the base panels. When these kits actually come to my store, I'm going to include our aluminum composite material panels for all of the solid color stuff as part of it. So for the build today, I'm just going to kind of hide this out of the way. You'll see it with you'll see the same thing, but with my material instead of theirs.
Right. And my kit, Dave has sent me a set for my kit as well. So I have the ACM versus the acrylic panels also. Which, if you've ever dealt with acrylic panels with anything, the ACM is so much nicer to deal with.
It's a lot stiffer, and it's got a really nice heat reflection.
Yeah. You don't have to worry about over tightening it so much either and breaking it, which is always my problem.
It dents. That's the worst it does.
Yep.
So here's what I like about the LDO kits. They did this with the VO kit, and I really appreciate this. They actually box everything up inside.
Yes.
So there's boxes inside of boxes, and it's primarily because a lot of these components, LDO and myself, we all sell these individually. So people that want to source and do their own thing. So that's why a lot of the stuff is already boxed in here. Right. An example is there's the fastener tool miscellaneous box, which quite literally has everything under all the hardware. So all the fasteners, the nuts, the bolts, the screws, and their cute little toolkit with it. All the Allen wrenches, the basic stuff you need. What's kind of funny is that if you go through the Switchwire manuals, they have you print these TPU feet. And with the Switchwire kit, they actually include better rubber feet. So it's kind of nice. Saves you a step if you don't like printing TPU.
Yes. And I was thinking about that when I was looking through the printed parts. I was like, oh man, I really need to print that TPU. And then I read that. I'm like, great, I don't have to do that now.
So then you have the electronics kit, another little box they did, and they kind of separated out nice. And basically it has all you would expect in the electronics kit, but they also include a Raspberry Pi 3 in the kit. So you're all set up there for your Octoprint and anything else you want to set up on your machine. They include their little 5-volt power supply to power it. Some zip ties, little things like that. They also include the LCD control screen for the printer. And of course, everyone knows Big Tree. So, gotta get the rubber ducky.
Right. So they're reporting in chat, Dave, that your mic is a little hotter than mine.
Got it. Let's see if I can trim that at all. There, is that a little bit better? Is that matching him?
Yeah, it's definitely down a little bit for me. Let's see what chat comes back with. I've got the volume down pretty low for all
obvious reasons.
Yeah.
So hopefully that's a little bit better. And well, it's somebody in chat, and the wonderful YouTube delay.
Sure.
So.
Well, I can already say that this is a huge bonus because of the T-nuts that the spring-loaded style T-nuts are so much nicer than trying to deal with the hammer nut.
Yep. Then they have the tool head and motion box. I like their naming and how they kind of did split it up. And that has basically all your pulleys and idlers and your Bondtech gears, which you would expect from China for it to actually be clones, but this is real Bondtech gears. So they actually get them directly from them. And cable chain.
About that, so that's good.
So no, they are the real thing. I give them credit for that. Here's the funniest part of the build. If you haven't really dug into it, and I just find it hilarious, there's this thing called a keyback. So If you've never seen one of these, you're the janitor at work has seen one of these. Because this is one of those things you clip onto your belt and you put your keys on it, and it's got the little cord so that come on, get out there. It's got the cord so the keys come back to you. Now, the Voron guys, the way they've done this is that this thing is actually what keeps your Z-axis from falling.
That does crack me up a little bit.
It's pretty creative when you think about it as a solution.
That is creative. I give him that.
So, and then there's an inlet and fans box, which I wonder what's in there. Oh, look, there's fans and inlets. But also the power plug. That's the only one I think is in the weird spot.
Well, I guess technically an inlet.
It's technically an inlet, but I would kind of have expected that over an electronics kit. All right, then a Meanwell power supply. Everyone knows that. Then the SKR Mini VE3 V2 for our control board. And let's see. Oh, there's no rubber ducky in this one. Oh, man. I'm cheated. No. And then we have, the fattiest Dragonfly BMO for the build.
Yep.
And then power cord. Nothing fancy there. Now, what they have is they also, LDO has included their input shaper set. If you haven't played with this yet, if you're on that, if you're using Clipper, this is a very fascinating little thing. It will help you calibrate it so you're doing that super fast printing and no ringing, all that stuff. All right, then we'll get to the cable kit. Now, this is, in all honesty, where I think all the value is in this. The way that they do their cables, they are all pre-made up with their breakout boards, the cables, the ends. So we won't be soldering or crimping anything today.
Fantastic.
And that's going to save you hours on that alone. Yes. So I am highly appreciative of that.
Yep.
And I'm putting it all back together and just putting it on the box on the table so it's easy for me to grab. And then, of course, a cable tray so that you can hide everything as you build it. And then we get into a lot of the standard stuff. So this is their heat bed. And this heat bed's going to look awful familiar to a lot of people. I mean, really familiar. And people that don't know, well, now they'll know. I'm going to open it up just because I think it's fun. Does that look familiar? Magnets on the back. A little different text. That looks kind of familiar.
Now, since you have all the inside info, does LDO actually build beds for Prusa?
No.
They do not. Okay.
They do a lot of sourcing for Prusa on a lot of parts and help them out with things like that. But that relationship's a little more not official public, is the best way to put it.
Gotcha.
So, but they do a lot of work with them and help them out a lot. And then there's a Y carriage, which, once again, if you look at it, it's going to look extremely familiar. So, what you'll see here is it looks like that. Now, here's where it gets kind of funny on this. There are a few extra holes in this one. So the reason why is because, this was originally for the Prusa MK3. They're using it, but they have a different set of holes so they can mount their plates. And normally their build log has you printing out a jig, putting it on here, and drilling those holes yourself. So that saves us that step right there.
Yeah, that's one of the things when I was flipping through the dock, like they show that spacer, the jig you use to drill those holes. I'm like, I don't know about that. But that's awesome that they actually it's all ready to go pre-drilled, so that's cool.
So I actually carry these Y carriages for both Prusa printers and for the Voron guys, and the only difference is those extra holes.
Nice.
And do that because those guys, they all need something.
That's right.
And the Prusa people, you'd be surprised how many people have actually bent their Y carriages.
Really?
Yeah. It's a surprisingly high number.
Huh. They must be doing it different than I do.
Yeah, they're unique people out there. And then a flex plate's included. So LDO, they source all the flex plates and then put the fancy little text on there. So all the brands all the time, right? Then they got their linear rail kit. They also sell this separately for people that are sourcing their own. And all the linear rails ready to go. Stainless steel on all the kits now, which is really nice. And it's a pretty sexy set. I've had really good luck with their rails that they're putting together over there.
Cool.
Then there is the frame kit. This is one of the heavier components. This is all of the extrusion that's included in the kit. And it's basically just a giant box of extrusion. I know, surprise, right? Second here, I'm going to do a quick rearrange so I can actually see stuff better. And so what I like is, compared to a lot of other extrusion sets, is that, I know it sounds simple, but they individually wrap them so that they don't get all scratched up in shipping. So it keeps it very nice and tidy. But there's all of our extrusions for the kit. I am going to be doing black today.
Yes, and my kit is purple. So I'm pretty excited about that.
And then the last little piece in here, which is ironic because, LDO, their primary business is motors. So there's the motor kit. And there's all the motors for it. Got your X, Y, and Z, and then your extruder.
Excellent. I have to say this Voron sheet has got some meat to it. It's a pretty thick sheet. It looks pretty nice.
It's not bad. I don't know where they're sourcing it from, but I wouldn't be surprised if they are using the same people I am in China.
Oh, I wasn't going to mention that, but it looks really similar to a sheet that I might have gotten from you.
So I cannot confirm or deny, but I cannot speculate either. All I can say is that it seems very similar to mine.
Yes.
All righty. So I have here my entire table of parts ready to go, clean and organized. It's gorgeous. I'll tell you for today, I'm going to open up my little panels here because, come on, it's my panels. What am I going to do? Not open them? So, which color panels did I send you, Chris?
I have the black ones.
Ah, okay. Well, I'm special, mainly because I have the machinery here. Mine is not going to be black. Mine, and I'm just going to open it up here because I want to show it off because it's sexy. It's going to be hot rod red.
Nice.
So all my ACM pieces are going to be hot rod red.
Nice. Derek, thank you very much for the 25. That is much appreciated. I'm pretty excited for this build too. I'm glad other people are. Like I was saying before, we've talked about, Dave and I have talked about Voron builds many times, and I've talked about them with chat and on live streams and stuff. And I've been on the fence about them for a while, but I think this is probably the best way that I could probably get involved. Checking out the kit as a whole, and then, building along with a friend never hurts.
But yeah, and I'm enjoying it too. Now, color scheme for today. Chris, you can see him chuckling because he already knows my plan. So let's put it this way. I'm going to show you my, there is my V0 build right there. I did that build on the 4th of July weekend. live streamed it, whole 9 yards like that. It's also what I took up to Rapid in Chicago and all that type of thing. And its theme was red, white, and blue. So it has the blue extrusion, the red printed parts, and the white panel set. And since it is very patriotic, it is called the Steve Rogers because it can do it all day.
That's right.
In that same context, I am building the Tony Stark today. So I have my red panels, and then I have my gold pieces. So this is all a dark, gold here, so it'll be really good for matching. And then it will have a red accents, but the frame is going to be black. So it should pull off a really nice Tony Stark look by the time I'm done. And I did print a few extra of my accent parts, and as we kind of go through it today, might like poll the people in the chat to be like, do I do the accent color here or do I stick with the regular? And vice versa.
Excellent.
So should be entertaining.
So, yes, that will be fun. Now let's talk about the colors that I've chosen. Okay, so I kind of alluded to this on the streams. People were asking me about what plastic are you going to use? Are you printing ABS? Blah, 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 blah. ABS, whatever. And so I said, I got a purple frame coming. That's cool. It was kind of around the Halloween time when we were talking about this. So I'm like, it'd be cool if I had black. And then I did kind of I showcased the purple a little bit and kept all the parts kind of monochrome. So that's what we elected to do. But also, just because me being me, I said, hey, we like Jesse Filament from Printed Solid. That guy. I should totally do this build with all the brand new Jesse PETG. and Dave was like, oh, you're doing that. So I am going to, no matter who advises me to do it another way or whatever danger I'm headed for, we will be building this in PETG random monochrome color. And we're just going to see how it turns out. So, experimenting.
And that's kind of, me and Chris chat about this, and I think it's kind of going to be adorable, is that I am going to be the guy that follows the book. So, I will be the one that sits there and goes, in the manual, it says this. That's how I'm doing it. Now, Chris is going to sit there and going, screw the manual.
That's right.
And do it his way. So it should be very entertaining. And since, I work with the LDO and the Voron guys a lot, I am sure Chris is going to make me feel uncomfortable a few times today, and it's going to be absolutely hilarious for everybody watching.
Yeah. Well, and anybody that comes to these streams know how I do things. I close one eye, hold a thumb up. It's good enough. But we get it done one way or another. That's all that matters.
You get to printing.
That's right. I get to printing. I do really like this frame. Man, that is a beast of an extrusion right there. You could whack somebody with that all day.
Oh, yeah. That's my hitting club.
Yeah.
Or snake bashing club, to quote The Simpsons.
There you snake bashing. That's right. Man, I haven't watched The Simpsons in ages. I guess they're still on TV, right?
Technically, they're on TV.
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are still watching them, but technically, they're still on TV.
That's crazy. DC Sublime, thank you much for the $10. Much appreciated. This should be fun. That's all. That's what this is about. And I think maybe there's a few. Well, and I'm not just going to say maybe. I know that there are a few things with Voron and Clipper that some people were sad over, and that happens. It happened with Railcore. It happened with all of these large projects. It happened. But we're going to bring the fun back to Voron building. I swear to you. And we're going to do all the cool little things. So it'll be good.
So Right now, we get to have the fun of all we're doing is just organizing stuff.
Yes, I should probably lay some of this out in at least M3
A reasonable
to
fashion.
M5 order. Yeah.
I'm going to leave the linear rail kit and the motors all in the same. Fans, tool heads, electronics, all that's way down the line. And even cables way down the line. But I'm going to unpack the cables now because they're relatively simple. Only a couple of bags. And the more cardboard we get out of the way, the easier everything is, right?
That's right. Once the box is out of the way, then you're rolling officially.
Never mind. I'm going to pull the motors out too. I just justified myself into it.
There is only 3 M3 nylock nuts and 5 M3 hex nuts. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. It's surprisingly low. Now, I will tell you this from past Voron experiences and customer support experiences. Every single time you read a Voron manual, read the size of the bolt and or nut at least 3 times in your head.
That's good advice.
Because there are several examples where you're like, oh, I just got to put a bunch of M516s all the way down the line here to be fine. And then you realize, nope, there's like 3 in there that are also M510s. And it's very easy to screw up.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I haven't read through all of the directions, but the way they've laid it out, as far as CAD drawings, they're kind of showing you what's going on. It works, but definitely you have to pay pretty close attention to where they're going.
Yep. You have to read pretty carefully. It's not meant for extreme beginners. It's meant for normal people, but just not extreme beginners. That's probably the easiest way to put it.
Well, there you go.
If you don't know how to solder or crimp a wire or understand the difference between positive and negative, you probably shouldn't be building a Voron. I'll put that as the point of entry. Oh, and you should have at least 3. You should have it. I honestly believe you should at least have 1 3D printer already before you build a Voron.
Yeah. I don't see this. I mean, I remember my original 3D printer kit, and it had like 100 little bags of all these different size parts, and it took me like 3 days to build. And I've built a few things before I was into 3D printing. I'm somewhat of an experienced builder, but I could see if you got all this and you didn't know exactly the lay of the land on 3D printing, you might get really confused.
It is a gotcha. So it's not it should not be your first 3D printer, but it can be your second.
There you go.
Oh, one little thing that I will say about LDO kits, just to warn everybody. Now, yes, they include the control board and the Raspberry Pi and all that, but they only include 1 SD card. So be aware of that. I don't think that yep, so be aware of that. I am going to, unless you want to get really annoyed and spend a lot of extra time, I suggest getting 1 more SD card if you're going to follow their standard Clipper build model.
Yeah, I didn't even. I'm glad you brought that up because I saw they included an SD card, but I didn't think about the main board needing one as well.
So, well, you need the main one to flash it. So the way you would do it if you had 1 SD card is literally install Clipper, then compile and get your bin file to flash over onto your control board, and then you reformat your SD card, put the bin file on it, load it onto the card, and then take it out of there and then put Clipper back on.
Right.
And that just creates about an extra hour's worth of work when, an SD card is nothing. So take your cheapest SD card and use that for, actually what I'd probably say is I'd say take your cheapest SD card and do that for your firmware flash on your big tree, and then use the one included for your Raspberry Pi.
Gotcha. Yeah, and Jake from State Farm just mentioned, some of these Big Tree Tech boards come with one, and some of them do not.
Yep.
I've
And so
noticed
far,
that.
all these kits don't. Yeah, so far all the kits that I've gotten have not had it.
Okay.
So, just as a heads up warning for everybody, it's an annoying part of the process. But once again, if you are building a Voron, you probably have a 3D printer already. So it shouldn't catch you too far off guard.
Yeah.
I'm going to leave that. So that's everything that I'm going to leave still in the box. Which isn't bad. I kind of just took the heat bed and put all of the Y-axis components in there. So the flex plates and the carriage. Laid everything else out. I'm a huge fan of knolling. I'm a firm believer in it. It will save your life. Because when you start getting into instructions and all that stuff, you do not want to go spend a half hour looking for that one screw.
No. All right. So what do we got here? We got...
I do appreciate that they label their bags.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been through that before. They shall remain nameless.
That's why, like on my enclosures and stuff like that, I don't label my bags, mainly because I'm trying to make everything as cheap as possible. But then again, I've only used 2, maybe 3 screw sizes in any of my kits.
Right.
So that's how I try to get around that. Mainly because you just don't want to spend half a day putting all the labels on it. Labor in America is expensive.
Well, it is pretty interesting, like just reading the book about how they've done the blind holes. That's pretty cool.
Their frame assembly technique is pretty smart. I mean, there is a lot of advanced thinking on it. I will give them credit there. There's a lot of advanced thinking, which I appreciate.
Yeah.
All right, I think I'm pretty nulled out. I got I got my whole hardware set there, all my 3D printed parts. I don't think Chris even got this crazy, but I laid out my 3D printing parts by each subchapter and then marked the page number on the individual bags.
Now that's quality building right there. I would have never been that organized on anything.
Just as an FYI, that's what I like to do. It helps make things go easier. Because you get a boatload of 3D printed parts, you're going to spend half your time just looking through those. You're like, where's that one part? I know it. And then you have to bring up the STL, look at the STL model, and go, oh, it looks like that. Okay. And you go, oh, that's the one. Yada yada yada. All right. So now for entertainment value, before we get too crazy in this, wait, did my screen not share properly? I know you're going to kill me if you don't work.
Yeah, it's we can see your desktop.
Yeah, no, it's a frozen frame.
Let's
see if I can unfreeze it. Oh, okay. I'm gonna try one last thing, and then it may be unslick. Let's see if it comes back by chance of magic. Overhead, laptop. All right. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. You can leave this up. I'm going to step out for about a millisecond just to reboot.
Okay.
And then I'll be right back.
All right. Sounds good. All right. Now the show is ours. I guess I could take off. See, I've got LDO on my head. I like this whole StreamYard thing. I do. But it's another thing I have to click on and manage. I wonder if there's a way you could like tie some of these buttons down to Stream Deck or something. That'd be kind of cool. And see, now I've opened up that section. So now I have to go back to comments. There you go. Oh, Dave's back. Let's see. There he is.
So I was going to walk everyone through all of the secret places to find stuff.
Yes, I got you full screen. Let's do it.
So, of course, the very first secret place is printasolid.com, your center for all your 3D printing needs. So if we do Switchwire, you can see everything that, we kind of carry for those individual parts, but you'll notice the print is here, or the printer is already here. I went ahead and put it in the store so people can sign up for notifications as soon as they arrive. I primarily, a lot of places will do pre-orders. I don't like to do pre-orders until it clears customs, because right now with the state of the world today, the shipping being what it is anywhere between, it'll be here in 30 days and 120 days, depending on how the ship decides to come and what it wants to do while it's out there on the ocean. So fingers crossed that it all matches up and comes in, but I open up pre-orders once I actually go, oh, you know what, it'll be here in like 4 days. But good. The reason why I say this is good is because down at the bottom here, there's a lot of links to get you started. And they're really good places. So you get all these wonderful little links here, and all the little extras and all the warnings you need to do for the kit. So it's a little bit different. Now, I will tell you this. Let's start from here. If you didn't know, vorondesign.com, your center for everything Voron. There's your printers. They line them down here, and then you go to the page and the SDL CAD, bill of materials, the assembly manuals, pretty much everything you could want right there. This is your start. What people tend to miss is they start with the manual and they think that's everything. Secretly, there's an extra button over here that, big letters that say documentation. I know it's the worst kept secret, but everyone misses it for some reason. When you click on that, it will take you into some more interesting stuff. The reason why is because the manual that's on the printer page only covers building the printer mechanically. It does not cover building it electronically. It does not cover the software. It covers only the mechanical build. So you have to come here, and then you can get suggestions and ideas on the wiring and all the warnings and basic ideas and stuff like that. And then software installation, they take you through all of that type of stuff. That's all separately from the actual build guide. So just remember that little tab is there. Everything, of course, points to the GitHub, and there you go. Everyone knows where GitHub is. Then there is the Clipper installation, and they talk to you about how to do Clipper and all that junk, if you want to do that. If you want to install Clipper on top of Octoprint, this is how you would do it. Just as a fun suggestion. There's multiple versions of ways you can do it, but there you go. And then there's the Clippers GitHub. There's the documentation again. But here's a page that I think 99% of the people don't know about out there. docs.ldomotors.com. If you did not know about this, you probably should, because it has their kits on it. This is not public yet, so this is not done. They're working on it. They let you know about it. But if you go to the Switchwire, you'll see down here at the bottom that they kind of cover everything we do, but they will talk about the supplemental print guide, the wiring guide, and little things that are a little bit different than your printer. So if you go into the print guide, you'll start to see that they say, hey, this is the version of the parts you print, or actually you should go print this part instead. And all the different alternative little parts as you work your way through. So just as an FYI, it's there. So you want to print out all these little things and extra if you get the LDO kit. A lot of people miss that, and then they get very upset because they all of a sudden have to print more parts. But what I do like is that they did put a wiring guide in here. So they explain all their wiring, the paths to run it, the stuff you would expect to have to be documented for a build. They actually show you and do a really good job with it. And then their sensitive hoping configuration, they teach you about that. They kind of teach you everything that's not on the Voron site. So my suggestion is start with the Voron, go through the manual here, then jump over to documentation, build your software, then go over to LDO and do your electronics and wiring.
Nice.
And now you know.
Excellent. And Jason from LDO is here with us in chat. Good morning, Jason.
Now we're in trouble. We're being washed over.
We've been talking about him too much. Now he appeared. And actually, Dave saved me yesterday because I did not know about that info on LDO. If I did know about it, I wasn't paying attention. So I actually printed some parts last night.
Okay. So little secret stuff. Now, since this is the beta kit, not all of the parts are in there yet. So if you think you're going to get a Switchwire kit, don't print them yet. Jason's still working out the detail. So be aware of that. Don't get antsy. Like, I'll print it all out and then I'll wait 2 months for it to show up. Just wait. It's only a couple of days worth of printing, and it's about how should I put it? It's about a day and a half of printing and about a little over 1.5 kilograms if you print everything with a few mistakes. It's not bad.
Yeah. Yeah, the print in I have to say, like the part geometry and things like that, they're pretty easy prints. So it's not, there's nothing super difficult, no support, nothing like that. So that's good.
All righty. So now that we have done that, now we can actually start building, because I've kind of just been chit-chatting and doing my viewer discretion is advised layout and everything for everyone. I think that's about where we're at. So,
yep.
Of course, there's your PDF manual. My suggestion is, yes, you can look at it in your browser, but download it. It's a pretty big document, and you will be going forward and backwards pages, so trust me. Do it. Now, you see how I'm skipping through all these pages? Don't do that. One little secret and one little problem of Voron is that the devil is in the details. Trust me. Read the introduction. Read all the little stuff here. Read the printing guides. I mean, read everything here. It's not like a standard printer. There's secret information hidden inside here. So be prepared. And first, we got to build the frame.
Yes.
And look, Chris is already ahead of me because I've just been chit-chatting.
Just making sure my hands still work. So they have a couple of so there's a picture of how the whole thing lays out. I was just going to mention they have a couple of holes that are off center on the top of the extrusion. Just so that's the first thing if you're building one of these, be mindful of where those go.
Yes. Nothing is as it should be. So if a part looks like it's identical to another part, odds are it's not.
Yes, even with the printed parts, and we've discussed this previous, even with the printed parts, it's like, this is the Y bracket, this is the X bracket. They look identical other than like one little tab or something. I mean, it's pretty easy to confuse them.
So, yeah, this is just, these are my, warnings of build. And I have not built a Switchwire before. I've built a couple of V0s and a lot of support tickets. So when you're looking at all the parts for these, there's a few things to notice to note on each one. One's obviously size. You all know about your sizes. But then look on the part, and you're going to see these blind holes. I'm kind of hoping the camera will catch it. But they kind of put this blind hole through it. That's primarily to access a screw on the other side. So watch out for those. The next thing to watch out for is that sometimes they will give you two of the exact same extrusions and it's tapped on one side and not the other. So watch out for that. Now, in some of the kits, LDO, in order to simplify things and help people out, has just tapped everything, but not all the time. So watch out for blind holes, watch out for tapped ends, and then watch out for length after that. Those are the things to watch out for on these extrusions, because that tends to screw everybody up. And I will say that to every single Voron kit. And this is kind of how you have to work with these kits. You kind of get pretty pictures more than anything, if you didn't know. So watch out for this, because my suggestion is line it up just like they did in the pretty pictures. So I'm going to do the pretty picture lineup. Yep, just like that. So now it's all lined up just like the pretty picture.
There you go.
And if you look at the graphic, you'll see that we need the first two big ones, and then skip the three, and then the two medium-sized ones. And I'll move the rest down. So those are the four pieces for the first step. And we'll read it twice. Those are M8 by 16 button head. Got to make sure you know that. So M8 16s. So I'll come over here and look for my wonderful bag of M8 16s. And I need 4 of them. Those are some fat boys.
Yeah, that's some serious hardware there.
Now, just so that there's always somebody talking here, and you and I are chit-chatting and all that stuff, I'm going to point out every single time I have to grab a tool that is not included in their little tool bag.
Excellent.
I have all my tools here, but I just want to be like, oh yeah, you're going to need this. And so far, you do need a box cutter to open the box, or a knife. Sorry, they can't include everything.
Yeah, you're way more efficient at telling folks things. I'm very, very pleased with your thoroughness on this build.
So this build is a 4 to 6 hour build, but since we're chit-chatting the whole time, we'll turn it into 8.
Yeah, I can make any build a lot longer, so that's kind of my specialty.
Alrighty. Now we are going to do what they call it. Here's something else that I love to point out to people. These little highlighted areas that you just immediately skip over and you start looking at the pictures, stop that. They put this stuff in here and it will save you 6 pages from now, and you'll completely forget about that. So watch out for that. So trust me, read the small little paragraphs. I cannot emphasize that enough. It is what's ruined more printers than I care to imagine.
Nice. Fix 'em dude. It just kicked us $5. He said the basement looks good and the kit looks fantastic. There you go. Thank you, Fix 'em dude.
Alrighty, so we're not going to do anything fancy here other than just insert these into the extrusion, and I double checked everything. And what LDO has done is they put 2 blind holes on these. If you look in the manual, they technically only have 1 set of oh no, they do. Well, in the actual parts page they have 2. Here you go. I'll bring this up because it's entertaining. In the parts page, the large pieces, the 30 by 60s, I think they are, show the 2 holes here and 2 holes here. But then you go down to assembly and they only show the single hole. So just be aware. Stitch stuff together, and that's why you'll see me skip ahead a few chapters and then look back and try to connect things. It just happens.
Joel Driver just said I look nice. Is this a new shirt? Well, it's the same shirt, but I'm glad that I look nice today. Thank you.
It's Theater Blacks, right?
That's right.
All right. And we're building it upside down according to the tiny little instructions.
Yeah, you're right. I'm already messing that up.
See? Got to read the little paragraphs. Now, everything will seem to go smooth until it doesn't. And an example of that is they don't include a wrench big enough for the M8.
Oh, they don't? Huh?
I didn't see an M8, the one big enough for their M8 bolts. Uh-oh. All right, so there's your first catastrophic extra tool you're going to need. That's kind of weird.
Yeah, they don't have a 5mm. It's not. Yeah, it's not listed on the bag. Interesting.
All right, so yeah, they are missing the 5mm Allen wrench from their little bag of tools. Now, you'll see here that I'm kind of turning this a little bit. Be aware, these extrusions are anodized and painted after the fact. So sometimes some holes have a little extra paint than others, so it won't turn in as easily. So run your screw through a couple of times. But it will just go in with a little resistance. Don't cross thread. Watch out. Yada, yada, yada. Just something to keep an eye out for. Every once in a while, a little extra paint gets in those holes because they are anodized without the thread protector on the anodizer, which is an overly expensive aeroplane process I learned. I have a few anodizing houses around here that I've done some private projects for. Mm-hmm. And it was really cool to go in there and hang out and go through the process with them.
That's cool.
I enjoyed it. All right. Now, if you did actually read the manual earlier, you would say that you really should be building this on a flat surface. Now, Chris is building on wood. That's his style.
Right.
What generally goes off in the Voron community is you should go down to your local countertop people and grab yourself a slab of granite, which is what I have here. So I've had this for a while. I've had it for other projects, but here we go. So yeah, I'm that guy. I'm going to move this back in front of the blind hole. And I'm not going to tighten it all the way. I'm just going to tighten it enough that I can still slide it forward and back. And the reason why is because we do have to measure these. It's one of those.
Measuring.
I know. Just wait till I break out the square. I'll really tick you off then. All right, I'm going to turn this around, and I'll work from this side back for everything. So far, the only things missing from the kit is a box cutter and a 5mm Allen wrench. And I do not expect LDO to include a 85-pound piece of granite. You're gonna have to just source that locally.
You're on your own, kids.
Now, little gotcha for this. There's this country called China. I don't know if you've heard about it or not.
I think I've heard of that.
And then there's this country called the United States. Unfortunately, when you ship one thing from one place to another place, there's people that tend to get involved and care. So LDO did want to put originally in all their kits, the glue, the lubricant, the Loctite, all that type of stuff. But they couldn't because then it gets stopped at customs.
Oh.
So that's left out. Now, what you will find is that on some of the bolts, I think it's still true, but some of the bolts, they actually have the Loctite that's already on the screw, and somehow that's fine with customs, but including a bottle Loctite is not.
Interesting. Yeah, I know. Like I noticed some of the grub screws have it on there.
Yep. So just be aware of that. If not, I would recommend just everyone should have a bottle of Loctite. Just the blue, not the red.
That's right. You don't want permanent. That'll ruin your day.
All right. I'm going to work on my spacing here because it needs to be exactly 90 millimeters. Oh, look at that. I am gorgeous. And I'm going to set my Allen wrench in there just so that I can set the depth. Oops. And get this as precise as possible. Because any of the Voron guys that are watching would scream their heads off if I didn't do it uber precise.
I always imagine when I'm building something that there's just someone somewhere screaming at their computer. What is he doing?
It's there! It's there! It's there!
Can't you see it? It's right there.
And then you figure it out like 6 days later, and you're like, oh.
Oh, yeah. That's how that went. Oh, well, next time.
I'll get that on the next build, I swear.
I'll swear I'll remember that. People get agitated because I drop screws and don't pick them up. I don't have time for that. I've got things to build.
It's like, you don't understand. I'm old. I don't bend over as much.
Yeah. It's getting to that point, that's for sure.
Bending over is a young man's game.
That's right. So mine are fairly close. I got mine pretty close to 90. I think I could tweak them just a bit.
So I set one really good, and I'm using a flat surface because this extrusion will spin in place. And we don't want that. And then we also want to be flush on top. So that's kind of why we're building it upside down, so that this is flush with the top surface and 90 degrees this way as well.
Yeah.
All right. Now let's set this side.
Mine looks beautiful.
Of course, because it's purple.
That's right.
And mine is the standard black.
This is the first purple one I've. This is the first time I've seen the purple anodized. I've had blue, orange, of course, and some gold. This is the first time that I've had the blue one. The purple one. It's very nice.
Anodizing is a beautiful process. It is so cool to see.
Yeah.
But yeah, when I go to there's a couple of anodizer shops, within like 30 miles of my place. And they're pretty cool because what they'll do is all the threaded holes, they actually put a material on it that can't be anodized but gets washed off with water later.
Ah.
So what you end up with is you get threads that don't have anodizing on them. So it can be perfected. Oh, look at that. David's got a square.
I actually did put a square up next to it. It looked pretty good.
That's locking. All right, I'm happy with that. All that is good. Now what it wants me to do is, oh, here's a good little note that everyone's going to miss. We don't show the insertion of the T-nuts in our assembly manuals. So just be aware of that. So just be forewarned if you're like, hey, where's the nuts that's going to plug into? You're not going to see it. Now on M510s, button heads. Oh, look at all of those. And I just need 2 of those suckers. And in my T-nut roll-ins, I need M5s.
I have to say, I know I said this already with the blind holes and everything, but the using the screw heads like this, that's pretty. I like that method. That's pretty cool.
It is pretty cool. I will tell you, there is one inherent flaw with this whole build method. You have to be real careful about which screws you use, because very rarely do they tell you on the button head screws the actual dimensions of it. But I have run into some button heads that are too bulbous to slide inside the slot.
Yeah, I could see that.
If you don't source them right, you're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah.
All right, now I get one of these extrusions. Here is an excellent example. I like to show this off. So here are 2 extrusions, both alike. However, one has blind holes and one doesn't. And one is tapped and one is not. So watch out for that. Because if you don't have the blind holes, you won't be able to tighten the nuts, and you'll be very frustrated very quick. Life will fail you. All right, they want 140 millimeters between each side of this. Once again, David's going to break out his ever so trusty caliper and square. I'm trying to get the 1000th place. I think I might be a little over anal.
Yeah, thousandths. What's that?
So there we go. Let's get that already into the nut before
I just want to build the frames. I'm gonna stop building printers. I'm just gonna build frames and then ship them to other people. I find the metal work very satisfying. Now, getting it to print correctly, that's really not my thing anymore.
You know what would be a fun one is that if all you YouTuber people, all let's say you're the expert on frames.
Yeah.
You build the frames, and then you send it off to let's say Joel, and Joel 3D prints all the parts.
There you go.
And then you kind of send it around between all the people, and build this printer.
That would be kind of cool. Somebody would get the raw end of that deal. Whoever ended up with it last, but it would be interesting to see what we ended up with.
The calibration.
Yeah.
The calibration guy is going to be the one that gets screwed.
Yeah, we wouldn't be friends any longer, probably.
Find them on Twitter blocked.
Nut inserts and blind holes. Thank you very much for the 5. 3D obsession.
Phrasing. Hey, look at that. That's pretty spot on. Actually, that's spot on. Okay. I am not gonna lie. That is square. That is a frame. And am I an idiot? I think I am. I might be an idiot here. Bear with me because I think I probably missed a step. Can anyone see what I did wrong?
I haven't been paying close enough attention.
I'm gonna see if anybody in chat's realized what I've done wrong. Nope, they all missed it. I put this piece on upside down.
Go.
I forgot to read this fine part that says, now flip it over.
I started to do that, actually. Started to put it on the other side.
Oops.
That's interesting. So, well, let me mess with it for a second. Maybe this can be made up. I'm reading about 3 millimeters too long on these arms of these frames. I'll be curious of how yours goes down. But I might be able to get 3 out of it just by sliding it down a bit.
Yeah, the hole literally gives you like 3 millimeters of play.
Yeah, so that might be just enough.
That's why I kind of measured and then tightened down.
Yep.
The David Randolph Annual Retentive Guarantee. All right. Let's get that straightened up. There we go. And I know you and I just kind of blew past it, but I expect everybody in the chat to understand what roll-in T-nuts are.
Yes. You would be surprised how many people I tell about rolling T-nuts, and they're like, that changed their life. Because they
They're
are
expensive,
so much
but
nicer. Yeah.
Now you can save money on a build if you don't include roll-in T-nuts and you kind of plan for it. But I really do believe that every kit should have at least some roll-in T-nuts for the, oh, you forgot. You forgot the few nuts here instead of taking it apart.
Right.
All right, let me resize again because I screwed up the first time.
Then you could use that as a boat anchor.
Well, I'm in Delaware, so I could go forge the Delaware River like Washington.
What's are you guys in full swing on winter already, or are you still kind of in between?
Well, let's put it this way. Today is the first day during the day. It's like above 40, about 47 outside, so it's just chilly.
Yeah, we had like 22-degree wind chill yesterday. It was not great.
Say, move to Delaware. I'll give you a place to work.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we talk about my day job quite often on these streams, but I'm telling you, as soon as they can me, I will officially move to Delaware and be a Prentice Solid employee.
See, there's the problem is that you told me that it'll be as soon as they can you, which means you'll be desperate for a job, which means that I can make you a very lowball offer and you're going to have to take it.
I will make nothing, but I'll be happy.
Say, I can be that malicious. That's just how I roll. All right, now I did it right. So Benji said, what are they better than hammer nuts? No. The secret to roll-in nuts is that they're the cute little roll-ins. They have a little ball on the side of them, and you stick them into the slot sideways, and then they literally snap into place. And that way, they'll hold everything together, but you don't have to insert them from the side, which means you don't have to plan 20 steps ahead. And then you can get it out just by finagling it until it pops sideways, and then you get it out. It's beautiful.
Yes.
They're expensive, but I think that they're worth having at least a bag or two around your house. If you're an extruding guy.
That's right.
Or girl. All right. Now I am ready to do the vertical. Oh, I'm just so far behind Chris. He's just whooping my butt.
Well, I'm waiting for the confusing part and where I have to backtrack for half an hour. So it's going to happen. Yeah.
It's going to happen. And I'll be sitting there going,
you're so
sucks
simple.
to be you.
You call yourself a 3D printing person. You fool.
Now there's 3D printing people, and then there's 3D printing builders. And I have come to experience that the 3D printing builders are definitely the weirder of the bunch.
I'd agree with that.
Because us 3D printing builders, we are the ones that as soon as you tell someone, you know, oh, I 3D print, and they go, what type of stuff do you 3D print? And you stare at them blankly because your answer is 3D printers.
Yeah, it's a deer in the headlights. I'm not quite sure.
I don't know how to answer that without sounding weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you sit there and go, I feel attacked.
This person's threatening me.
Actually, to make sure that I get this square, I'm going to move this frame out of the way. And I'm going to use my table to get this square. Like a good builder. Now Chris just throws his together like IKEA furniture.
Yep, that's all it is. It's all paint by number to me.
I'm still waiting for a build manual from some designer out there that has all the IKEA figures inside of it. You know it's coming. There's got to be somebody out there that's got that humor and just puts all the little IKEA figurines.
That would be amazing.
All right. There's that. There's that. And then there's that. All right. All right. Loosen it up just a wee, so I got a little bit slidey here. And then let's go look at the distance, shall we? They want 165 millimeters to the end. I wonder how I'm going to get that. Well, that sucks, donkey. I have a very short caliper. I only got a 150 millimeter caliper.
Oh.
But you know what I do have? I got a 20 millimeter extrusion here.
There you go.
Surprise, 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 surprise. So I'll set that right there, which means that now I only need 145. Look at me being all engineering.
It's amazing.
I'm still trying to get the thousandths.
Yeah, IKEA furniture, you know, talking about, you know, YouTube and such, since I do dabble in that space occasionally, the IKEA hacking videos, I love those things. Where they're trying to make the furniture actually something interesting. I find it very fascinating.
there's something going on that I'm missing here. So that's 145, but I'm still off by 10. Is the manual wrong? I would never say that.
Should be 165, right?
Yeah, I just don't have a long enough caliper for it. Let me verify I'm not nuts. So that's 20 millimeters. And 165 minus 20 is 145. I am doing math right. I did go to middle school.
Math still works.
But
Am I joining the Voron cult? Well, I don't. As long as there isn't branding involved, I guess I'm all right with it. Don't try to give me any cups of Kool-Aid.
There we go. I think that's about right. All right, let's make sure. Yep, 145 on the nose. Okay.
Excellent.
I was just smoking crack. That's all it was. It's the weekend. I mean, I'm allowed some personal time, right?
No, you have to work all the time. You're a business owner. You never get a day off.
Nope. This is the most day off I've had in a long time.
Yeah.
There's people that email me at 2 o'clock in the morning. They're just like, "What are you doing still up?" Well, I was like, "Well, why are you emailing me?"
Because you're up. Go to bed.
All right. There we go. Now I'm almost caught up with you. All righty. So now they want me to start doing some rail stuff.
There you go, Mike. It never let the machines win. You can tell it's a good live stream when I'm adding something to my Amazon cart. Boom. We sold something, Dave.
That's the wrong. He said Amazon, not Print a Solid. Come on. There's the flaw.
Well, it happens. I know.
I know. I'm just saying. I mean, and never let the machines win. I mean, come on, dude. You know me.
Come on, man. I thought we were friends.
You know. That's where I kind of walk out of my stormtrooper thing and I swing around a, lightsaber baton electronics thing and scream, "Traitor!"
Ooh, nice. The Mark 42 or 52 bed. The magnets hold your linear rails for you in place. They don't fall off. These are very nice rails, I have to say.
Yeah. They feel smooth. Real smooth so far.
They look good. It's not. Finally, you don't have the red and green casing
Theme.
around them. Yeah.
Yeah, I do like the new theming on it.
Very nice. Oh,
all right,
yeah.
Look, I'm on page 16 now. So I'm going to go over here and grab the bag that has the number 16 on it for 3D printed parts.
Oh, I see what you did there.
See? Ta-da!
That's a nice rail. I like that.
All right, so they want me to use the M510s. I'm going to need at least 3 of those right now. Three M510s, 3 roll-ins. Rollin', rollin', rollin'. Let's see something.
And these rails have the nice stopper on them too, instead of being zip tied, so I won't make everyone cry when the sled comes off the rail.
I guess I do need to put those T-nuts on, don't I? You put in the M3 T-nuts for holding the rails on the sides, right?
Right, correct.
Just want to make sure I didn't see that in the book anywhere.
Nope, all the T-nut assembly has been assumed.
That's right, and I made a point to point that out earlier, and I forgot to say it. I'm just that on the ball today.
So how's while we're building here, how's the filament business treating you? I noticed you're in full swing on PETG. How's it been going?
It's been going good. It's been going good. I'm kind of shocked by how well it is actually going.
Yeah.
So, when I started it, it was going to be the Dave Randolph having fun in the back machinery.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic hit, and it became the Dave Randolph is now working 18-hour days in the shop.
Well, that'll teach
filament.
That'll teach you to try to have fun with something.
And then I started hiring people desperately, and hiring people during a pandemic is not exactly easy.
No, I can't imagine it is.
And all the people that I ended up hiring for it were people that their employers were treating them like junk because of the pandemic, and they were just like, I quit. And I was like, hi, come on over. And now I have the curse of I have to sit there and go, I can't hire your friends, man. Come on, I only hire so many people. Come on.
1, 2.
All right.
Well, that's good to hear. Are you guys still planning on moving into other materials, or are you just gonna hang tight with the 2 for a while?
Well, there are people that really want me to do ABS. I'm not too fond of it, but there are people that want me to do ABS, and I'm like, okay. And I want to look at ASA first.
Yeah.
But the problem is that with supply chain problems, that's like 90% of my answers these days. With supply chain problems, I can't get on any of the waiting list with manufacturers to become a buyer of the resins. It's not like you can just go and buy whatever they have in stock. They literally have to allocate it to you.
Gotcha.
And you have to get approved as a customer. If people didn't quite understand that one.
Right.
All right.
Yes, I mean, there's nothing wrong with ABS. ABS has, been an acquaintance of mine for many, many years. But and I still do print some on occasion. But I do, if I have a choice, I prefer ASA.
Yes, me too. Unless I'm doing that vapor smoothing, which no one should do.
Don't do that, kids.
Don't do that, kids. Trust me. Unless I was doing that, I prefer ASA to A2.
Yeah.
And of course, if I do ABS, I've got to put some. I already have plans for it, but I have to put additional ventilation back there for my workers.
Right. Yeah, that can be kind of.
You think extruding, a kilogram overnight is enough to give you a headache in your house? Well, try and do a kilogram every 2 minutes.
Right.
You're gonna have a bad time.
I would think so.
So,
Well, good.
Something to watch out for. But I'm working on that. I have found a wonderful new partner, which I'm super excited about, material-wise, that is sending me some modifiers, which I am super excited about. So I have some interesting modifiers for my materials to come down the line, which could mean that I'll have additional products in fairly short order, just because I put those modifiers in with my current materials, and I'll get these huge additional properties.
Nice.
So,
well, that's cool.
Fingers crossed.
Kind of exciting.
So, yeah, I love it because they're just like the suppliers I've got. They're just like, we aren't in the 3D printing business, and it's because, everyone and their grandmother, they stick to their recipes, and most of the 3D printing places, they stick to the core, and they have no, adventure.
Right.
Where they just don't want to shove stuff into their machine and go, hey, just see what that does.
Where's the fun anymore?
It's like, come on, man. Let's get serious. Let's have some fun.
Where's the days when we were trying to use the caustic weed eater line?
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, let's put it this way. We do our subscription service.
Yep.
Well, it's fall time, and I was trying my darndest to get it to work, but I couldn't get it to work. But I was trying to figure out how to make it smell like pumpkin spice. So, unfortunately, everybody in this place got to deal with me for like 3 weeks straight, I think, pumping pumpkin spice into the exhaust systems of the building. And flooding this entire facility was just gallons upon gallons of pumpkin spice. And they were like, I swear I probably almost had people quit because of that.
They'll never have a latte ever again.
That's right. Because I'm not a pumpkin spice person, I'm just not that type of guy. Yeah. But I think for the humor of it is that would be a lot of fun.
It would be. I agree.
I think people would laugh. They'd just be like, that's the stupidest thing in the world. That's entirely what I expect from David Randolph. It's brilliant. It's brilliantly stupid. Let's get Dave to do it.
Well, that's one thing about you, Dave. You like to have fun. That's for sure.
I'm the world's kookiest serious guy. So, but no, we like to play with the extrusion lines, and a few of the materials got really bad in the line, and they looked at me afterwards, and I was like, "Oh, we got to tear the line apart and clean that machine down. That'll take a day and a half."
Yeah.
And I go, "Well, that doesn't work." But it's fun. It's fun when you can do it.
Right. That's always been kind of a dream of mine, is to be able to make my own filament. I've had a couple of opportunities. It's like, oh, this place is going out of business. I should go over there and see what I can do. But never made it happen. But it's a cool process. I like the idea of it.
All right, I got one whale on the one side. I'm like way behind you, aren't I?
I'm messing with these T-nuts.
Oh, okay. Then you are about the same page.
Yeah.
All right, so they want it bumped all the way against the top. There's no spacing or anything like that. Okay. So I just want to make sure. They have a 3D printed part for the end stops.
Right. And there's not one on the left side for some reason, on the bottom.
I think that's because it's for a. Ooh, there is a tip. I just realized it's going to suck for people. So these drop-in T-nuts, guess what I found out? The top one is going to not sit flush if you put it in the wrong way. It's going to stick out over the top of the rail. And if it does that, then it's not going to be able to slide up flush against the bumper. So you have to make sure you turn it the other way.
Yeah, you want to make sure the threaded so on these rolling T-nuts, you've got the threaded hole is offset, right? So you want to make sure the threaded hole is going down, so that it doesn't run into the other T-nut with your rail.
Except for the in one, which is up by the bumper, because you need that to go inward so that it doesn't. So because it's currently bumping into it for me.
Right.
So now I got to get back out and pull a oopsie daisy. I haven't checked in with chat. Are they saying anything interesting in there?
A few people came in. Jerry from 3DHP's here. Somebody's asking about the alignment tools. Yes, they have printed parts in the set that we will use to line those up.
Right now, we're just trying to get it set, and then we will line it up.
That's right.
For today's and tomorrow's copy, Dave loves the PETG and last month's subscription. Chris like butter.
Excellent. Alan is one of my Patreon supporters. Thank you very much, Alan, for the 10 and the further support that you're bringing to us. Alan, so we recently did a second tank build, and Alan was one of the beta guys on that kit, and he saved me during those streams. He really kept me from shooting myself in the foot several times. So much appreciated, Alan, and Alan really likes the PETG, Dave.
Nice. So you notice I put that PETG in the subscription box that 1 month?
Mm-hmm.
I cannot tell you how many angry emails and letters I got about how dare I include PETG in the subscription box.
Really?
Yeah.
I was excited to see it, honestly. I'm like, yes.
I mean, because I had, dozens upon dozens upon dozens of emails, and I'm like, yeah, PETG is more expensive, but hey, let me surprise people this month and have a good time.
Yeah.
And all I got was just hate mail about how dare I include PETG, and I'm like, did you not read the description on the product? Sometimes I'll include it. I mean, I literally say sometimes there'll be a mixtape. So far, I've been pretty good about every month of making a mixtape, and people forget how hard that really is to do.
I was gonna say that's a really custom color. I mean, for a single run like that, I am impressed that you've done so many, honestly. But I mean, I know that I'm preaching to the choir here, but yeah, that's got to be difficult to line up every month.
Yeah, it's not easy because I can only do it, when no one else is doing something back there. Right. So I kind of have to hide, or at the end of the day when they're shutting down the line, I'll sneak back there and just be like, okay, listen, don't shut it down yet. So I'm now using these little rail guides. Let me do overhead just so people can see it. These cute little rail guides, 3D printed. And then you just literally snap them over top of the rail, and what it'll do is it will center the rail for you. Now, here's the thing that a lot of people tend to not think about too much on this, but I do. I think it's a better way to think. I tighten it down on the ends. I do the two ends, and I then go and I put it on down the line between the other pieces so that it is centered all the way up and down, just in case the rail's got a little bit of bow and flex in it.
Absolutely.
It'll keep it relatively straight to the extrusion. Now, I have heard other people that argue with me about this, and it's entertaining. They say don't do the middle parts because if the extrusion is bent, then you're bending your rail. And I'm just like, no, I want it to be centered, because most of the time in most builds that I find out there, I find that the rail spacing to the extrusion tends to be more important than if the rail's straight or not. If that makes sense.
Yeah, and with that guide, I mean, if it was that bent, you'd have a serious problem on your hands.
Yes.
So I mean, you put one of these plastic pieces on, there's enough tolerance in there, you can feel it. You know, like, oh, okay, this is not going well.
That's where you go, oops.
Yeah.
All right. Now I'm on my second rail for my Y. I'm gonna drop in my T-nuts correctly. And this time I'm gonna try and be smart about it. I'm gonna leave my rail right there so that the T-nuts are relatively in place. And I'm not scooting them around so much. And then I'll slide them around later.
Very nice.
I don't know. We may be having a first here. Is this the first time that we've seen people like do dual builds in 2 different locations of the same printer?
Yeah, I've done it a handful of times over the years. Nothing probably this involved. I know Shane, he's back at Prusa now. Shane, when he was at Prusa the first time on support, we built a Mark III at the same time.
Okay.
That's been years ago now, but I have done that.
So what you're saying is we're not special.
Of course we're special.
My mommy says I'm special. There we go. This will be fine just like that. I think that'll work for me. I'll leave that plunger in because I don't trust myself, though.
Forgot to tighten one of these down. I'm glad I noticed that now.
See?
That would make a really interesting print artifact.
You'd be spending a long time on that one, wouldn't you?
Like, huh. But, it's on stream, so I can go back and watch it and go, hey, that's where I didn't do that.
There's my mistake.
Get it next time.
Next. I'm going to stand up because it's a little bit easier to get these screws in. I will tell you this. The one thing I do miss, and it's definitely too much to ask for LDO to do it on this one, but on the V0, they made nut strips for the rails.
Oh, yeah, I've seen those.
And they are just a solid piece of metal, one bend of metal with all the pre-tapped holes at all the right distances.
That is pretty cool.
And it makes it super easy, because before everyone had to 3D print this annoying adapter and then put nuts in it and then slide it into the rail at the same time. You needed 8 hands to do it right. I didn't like it.
Yeah.
It was a tough process, but then those T-nut bars, just like, oh my God, this is amazing.
Everybody always tells me that the V0 is like the hardest build.
It is. And it's basically because it's got all the hard components you would expect in a Core XY type of build in about an inch.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a small freaking printer, and there's very little clearance for everything. There's very little freedom. So you can't improvise too much with it. So there's no room to be like, this will work.
Right. It sure is a cute little machine, I have to say that.
It's just adorkable. Oh, I'm an idiot. I'm not even following my own advice here.
You have to remember, too, that I have a table full of different T-nuts, and Some of them are 5s and some of them are 3s. This one's got like a burr on or something. I've run into that one like 3 times now. It's going over there.
All right, got my other side done. Now, which side does not get the stop? So facing it from the front, that side gets the stop. So I'm gonna roll in that stop. Rolling, 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 rolling. Good old 90s, that 90s, or actually that was early 2000s, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was probably into they were really popular in the late 90s, I guess. Probably.
The Limp Biscuit.
Yeah. Ah, yes.
Back in my day.
Yeah, here we go. Remember?
I remember.
That's right, exactly. Remember this?
Remember dial up?
Yes.
Voron says, support Chris and enjoy the Voron building. F7 unit will be shipped end of month if everything is smooth. But to a rival reseller in 15 days by air or 45 to 60 days by boat. Have a fun weekend.
Jason, thank you very much for all the info and the $50. That was much appreciated. And he provided this kit. So Jason's just giving all over the place here.
Jason all the way around. Good guy.
Right, all the way around. I've gotten to meet Jason in person before, actually, so, and that's always awesome when you work with somebody that you've actually met. But thank you, Jason. Much appreciated, and thank you for the kit information. I know a lot of folks in the chat are very interested to get their hands on one of these.
So if you want humor about it, so good old Jason there. There was a conference not too long ago, Rapid TCT up in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason had a booth there. You know, you pay for it like 8 months in advance and all that stuff, and you figure it'll all be good. Well, you know, Jason represents a company in China. And it's kind of, you know, with COVID, it's been kind of hard to get people to come around, you know, to get on planes.
Yeah.
So he was going to have to run this booth by himself. So he asked me to come up and help him run the booth. So I went up and helped run the booth for LDO for this show. And I will say this, it was kind of, I kind of was chuckling under my breath, but I was also felt bad for him. Creality had a big booth there, huge booth.
Yeah.
But they only had one person. They only had one American person. And in this booth, I mean, it was massive. And I just felt bad for the guy. I'm like, dude, this is a booth that should have 20 people manning it. And here you are by yourself because they couldn't get anybody else to fly in.
Wow. Yeah, that would suck.
I mean,
It'd be a long weekend. Well, it lasts like over a week, doesn't it?
and no, it was only like 3-4 days, something like that.
3 or 4 days.
It wasn't bad. All right. What page are you on now?
I am just crossing into the y-axis section. So I just passed the drill out page. So I am on page 20. I'm ready for page 20.
That is the exact same page I am on.
Excellent.
So that'll be good. So I tell you what, I am going to take a coffee break, as you like to call them.
Great idea.
And yeah, let's take a coffee break. Let's get a couple minutes here and take a coffee break, and then we'll come back and start on the y-axis. But as it stands right now, you and I both have our frames. We got our rails installed. We're cranking.
Yeah, we got this.
We got it.
All right. Yep. 5 minutes or so. We'll be back here in a moment.
I love my little graphic.
Okay. So, Dave's getting coffee. How's everyone? Total build time 13 to 15 hours. What? Where's the elevator music? Chris Travis, I know. This is really the first time in a while. Well, we used it for the oh, I'm so sorry. Daniel Noray's stream. We used it for there. But this is the first time I've really used it in any capacity. Use StreamYards, and you can't pipe in your audio and stuff. You can do the virtual. You can use OBS and do virtual cam, but it's harder to get all the audio. So I don't have the wonderful elevator music for you all.
All right, I'm back.
Dave is here. People are telling me in the chat that this is a 13 to 15 hour build. That's craziness.
Well, they're just not as cool as we are.
I hope so.
Now, I mean, I expect 13 hours for us just because of we're chit-chatting and bantering and taking our sweet time.
Yeah. I fully expect to run for a while today and then some tomorrow. So
that's what I'm thinking. I would be surprised if we don't get. I would be surprised if we didn't get everything done except for software today, and maybe a little bit of electronics.
Software is always thrilling to do on stream as well.
Oh, I know. People just love screenshots and putty prompts. They're just enthralled by it.
Yeah, love that. Love the shell commands. Everybody's always telling me that all the time. Oh, that's so thrilling when you
get that comment. Please, sir, may I have some more?
Yeah. Can you display that file system one more time? That was great.
Sudo raspi config what?
What?
Can you show me how to run update? Alrighty.
It's either that. It's either that or it's the actual Linux admins like, you shouldn't be doing it that way.
You should be using Nano.
Right. Yeah. All right. So now we are building the Y idler, it looks like, correct?
That is correct. That is what I have on my page 20, which means I opened up bag 20. Now, this is the first time that the LDO manual kicks into place too. You'll notice because there's a couple parts in here that are duplicates of each other that we got to track down, where the cable chain attaches. So we'll have to watch for that. All right, I need an M530, some shims, and some bearings.
Right. Now I feel bad. Right before I said that about Linux admins, somebody comes in and says, you should move away from putty and start using Xterm. And then he's like, now I sound exactly what Chris said. It's no offense. I know a lot of Linux admins. They're my friends. I get it. But I am not one. I am a real half-ass when it comes to Linux.
All right. Oh, you know what? The bearings I'm looking for are probably in the motion box.
Oh, yeah.
That would make it be logical, and that's just crazy talk. All right, so the F695 is the normal bearing stack that we've all seen 500 times.
Yep. These appear to be brass shims.
Yep.
That's nice.
That's impressive.
Yeah. Don't see that.
All right. Now, that cute little adorable part that everybody loves. And you know what? I'm going to try and get my camera a little bit closer for those people in the back.
There you go.
Stand by. I'm going to tighten that down just a little bit. Nothing like a few flexi arms.
Problem I have is I don't have anywhere to put the arm where it's not close to the table, so I'm constantly bumping it and it's shaky all the time.
Now, I will tell you something that I do keep in my secret arsenal here. I do have a metric set of drill bits.
Probably a good
And
idea.
that's because sometimes it's not a bad idea just to use it to clean out the holes. Nothing crazy, but just to clean out the holes. And then it sits in there beautifully. All right. Shim.
Oh. Different T-nuts for a 2020. Gotta remember that.
All right, there's my Y idler. There's that army majigger. I'm gonna drill out that hole just to be. I like to clean my holes and parts out. Just makes life easier.
Well, you want clean holes. It's good practice all around, dude.
It's good practice.
That's right.
Now, I don't know about you, but are you seeing a problem here yet? So the Y idler,
Mm-hmm.
after we put on that extension arm, the little flat piece extension arm with the divot hole,
Yeah.
and we just put the bolt through it, if you go to the next page, you'll notice that you flip that whole assembly upside down and just slap it on there.
Right. It doesn't mention anything about a nut.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's just a bad gravity problem. I am going to safely assume that they were talking about a nut here, and I am going to see if I can find it. I am not seeing an M5 nut anywhere.
And there's not all that many threads on that 30 after you get it assembled. But I mean, are they? So what I'm guessing is they are expecting, because that flat arm that goes on the bottom of it actually slides into the bottom of the 2020 extrusion. So I'm guessing they're thinking that sandwich effect is going to keep it in place.
Yeah, but no, I mean, you're still talking about.
Well, it could back out for sure. But
yeah.
But that's the only reasoning I can see to not have one. But I would be more comfortable if there was one. There's no nut, screw into plastic. Yeah, I don't know, man.
Who said that one?
Someone in chat. Dimitri.
Yeah. I was gonna say, if it was one of the Voron guys I know, I'd be like, okay, but no, I would not want to screw into nuts.
You know, why not, right? I mean, why not put a nut on there?
I mean, it sticks out enough that there should be a nut for it.
I'm going to put one on it.
Yeah,
if I
can find one.
I'll pass you one.
Well, I was kind of hoping it's in the set.
Yeah, I don't see a 5.
Yeah, me neither. Watch, we'll find out later on that it's not a problem and it's something else entirely.
Well, if we do, we do. He says he has 10,000 plus hours with no nut on it.
See, that's just some crazy talk. That's just some crazy talk. I'm going to put a nut on it. I respect that they're screwing the plastic, but I'm going to put a nut on it.
I mean, let's talk about. So let's broach dangerous subjects here for a moment. Let's talk about ABS for a second. I know exactly what you're thinking. You're like, don't do it. But so I mean, I totally understand that parts are designed for a certain material, and with ABS, you would have to do that to allow for some sort of shrinkage of the part. And, that's how things were done 5 years ago or so. But in PLA, it's a little more forgiving when you design the part. But and I've seen the parts now that they use on these, and they do recommend using ABS, and I could see that because they're very enclosed.
Yep.
And somebody's telling me that part goes on the front, so I should have put it on the front. But anyway, so because they're enclosed, it would be a good idea to use ABS. But given a lot of the dimensions of these parts, I could see where ABS would be good. But in certain, in certain parts, certain design, ABS is pretty brittle. I mean, it could be challenging depending on what part you were working with.
I will say this. I think ABS is. I mean, brittle is a complicated term. I think ABS splits while PETG cracks.
Yeah.
That's how I would separate those two out.
Well, and I mean, how did you print it, right? I mean, so if you had enough heat and and everything was just so, and you got it printed really well, you probably wouldn't have any separation problems or anything like that. But I don't know. It's just I get it. I mean, I know why they're going for ABS, but it's a very absolute type of rule,
Yep. That's one of the beauties of open source, though.
It's true.
Is screw your rules.
Joe Prusha loves it when I say stuff like that. I can just see his face right now.
All right, I am going to go nuts here. I'm going to break all the rules on this one because sure I'm pretty sure the instructions say screw it into plastic is what they're saying. I don't like that. It's just not me. I think if something's hanging down, it shouldn't be screwed into plastic. So here's my 3D printed part. In my office, I just so happen to have an entire set of heat insets. And I just so happen to have a M5.
Cool.
So I'm going to heat inset an M5 into this. I'm not using their heat inset tool because that's really for M3s. Whoops, shoot. I pushed too hard. Come on.
People are talking about PETG creeping. I've never had one problem with PETG creeping. Now PLA, I've seen it creep.
Yep.
And I'm not saying it can't. I'm just saying I've never had an issue with it. And maybe this design might. No.
Fill that in around it just to get it just right. Look at that.
Very nice.
Now just an M5 heat inset. It's no big deal. It's an extra penny.
Somebody's asking about building a snappy, filling the frame struts with sand. Would the weight make it more rigid? Man, I don't even know how you get that done. Maybe. I mean, I
Well,
guess if they were
I think you'd be
steel,
better off. I think you'd be better off, just putting it on a granite slab and bolting it down.
yeah, bolt it down to something more rigid than trying to make it rigid. That's probably good advice.
All right, and I feel better with that being done that way. So
Excellent.
heat inset, and it feels good, and I feel like it will never slide out. I will say, okay, I will say this because Voron guys, I love helping them out. I love doing their thing. So, and I'm a business guy, so I have to say positive things all the time. And I will say this: this is the first time that I sit there and I go, it shouldn't be done that way.
There you go.
I will say that this time, it should not be done that way. All right, there, I said it. Haters gonna hate. Now M510. So it should either be a heat inset, or since it's hanging down, they could have just put a nut in there. Either way, it's a penny add-on.
That's right. They're asking about your parts. You printed them in ABS.
All my parts are ABS.
Okay. That thread lock makes those grub screws just a little bit too tight for my liking.
Let me go get my drill bit and go back because I like to clean my holes out. I just don't like forcing stuff in the printed holes. I'd rather drill it out.
Yeah.
That's just the type of guy I am. And it's not much. I mean, you're just literally shaving the edges. All right. I'll slide in that drop nut. And if people don't know this, and you mentioned it earlier kind of passively, but I'll say it so the people in the back hear it. Drop-in nuts are different for whatever size extrusion they're going into.
Right.
So we have some 20/20 extrusion, and we've got some 30 extrusion here. And those will use different T-nuts. You've been warned. Be aware of that. All right. There we go. Is anybody yelling at me yet about what I just did? Because I'm sure I did something horrible, and I'm a horrible person and not deserving of love anymore.
No, everybody here is just they're all a bunch of Fonzies.
How do you get the cool audience? Every time I stream, half the people coming to my place are just like horrible, horrible people, just telling me how the world's going to end. And
they've stopped. They've stopped saying things like that to me because I don't listen anymore. They're like, I'm not even gonna waste the typing to tell this guy anything anymore.
It's like, we're done with him.
That guy.
That guy. We just don't talk to that guy anymore.
That's right. We don't tell him where the parties are.
No one ever told me where the parties were.
That's right.
Well, I had the curse, in high school I was not the partier, but I wasn't the bookworm. I was the worker.
Yeah.
I was all about my after-school job. I was all about, I'm like, okay, gotta get out of school, gotta get to my job. That's where it's good. Gotta go there, gotta go, that type of thing. So, but it made me very aware of child labor laws.
Yep.
Because I wanted to work all this extra stuff and do everything. But child labor laws kept stopping me from my dreams.
True. Yeah, I started working at 15, and here it's like I think 20 hours a week is all you can get until you're 16. And so I had to get kind of creative. I didn't attend much school. Let's just put it that way.
Ah, you're one of those.
Yeah, I didn't like going to school much. I liked shop. That was fun.
Yep. Well, I had the humor of, see, now, my very first job, I was in middle school, and I worked at a lawnmower repair shop.
Oh, nice.
So, and I was, now I have to do the full disclosure with my father's business. So,
Right,
I was kind of in like Flint.
right.
But I learned a lot there because my father had hired a mechanic who was in a wheelchair,
Uh-huh.
which made repairing lawnmowers kind of difficult for him, but he was brilliant as could be. So we had made all these cool contraptions, to kind of get the lawnmowers up to where he could work on it and stuff like that. But what would happen is that when I'd go into work there, all of a sudden he would pretend to, I think my father literally told him to do it, but he would pretend to be helpless and need me to do everything because he couldn't bend over or reach it or whatever. So he would just sit, and that was my job, was he would sit there and say, turn this, pick this, pull this, what do you see, that type of thing.
Yeah.
So I kind of learned everything by doing that. And I thought that was kind of, that was cool of him to be that patient with me.
Yeah. Yeah, I've had the pleasure with learning from some guys that were probably towards the end of their career when I was very young. And that's not always the most pleasant experience when they're
I
yelling
love,
at you and calling you names. So
I
that's pretty
love the
cool.
bitter old men. I love
Yeah.
the bitter old men teaching you,
Yeah.
because they will teach you hard, and they will
Oh,
teach you. You will learn.
yeah. Yeah. There's no love there. Uh,
I love that term. They will teach you hard.
yeah. I'm glad that I had that experience when I was younger, but I don't know that kids now could tolerate it because every old guy I worked with seemed to have a cigarette hanging out of their mouth and
Yep.
blowing it right in your face. It doesn't
Yep.
happen that way much anymore.
I just got the bitter old men that just like they were already done with their career, but they were the trainer by figure it out.
Yep.
I remember I had one guy that was like, the ultimate engineering guy for me. Awesome guy. And I would walk in there with electronic schematics that I just, I spent all weekend on writing up and be like, here, I made us a control board. And look at it, I was like, I'm so proud of this. And he'd look at it and he'd just put big marks through the whole thing and then pull out another piece of paper. And in about 30 seconds, he would redraw the whole thing and then hand it to me and go, you're an idiot. And then
Yep.
he says, I want you to come back tomorrow and tell me why this is the right way. And that was, he did that on the regular to me. And I mean, I learned so much because I spent half my time like trying to just optimize designs.
Yeah. Yeah, those were the good old days.
Nothing like negative reinforcement.
That's right. I don't really remember seeming to mind it so much at the time. Now I would probably be like, "Jeez, what's this guy's problem?" I mean, I even like when I got into IT, I had a guy throw a chair at me once when I was young, because I wasn't doing something like the way he liked. I mean, that's just even in a data center, I mean, that's just how it went down sometimes. Things are a whole lot different now, even 20 years later.
So, yeah, I miss the good old days where you could just beat people up and then they'd be like, thank you for the lesson.
Yeah.
All right, there's my little motor assembly for everybody that's curious.
Excellent.
M510 is my next one. There's my M510s.
Over 30 years in IT will make anyone bitter. Absolutely.
I will tell you humor. So, okay, follow me on this. My background is in broadcast engineering.
Mhm.
Okay, so building television stations, And if you haven't quite guessed, the problem is that over the years, broadcast engineering definitely kind of became computer engineering.
Yeah.
There were more and more computers as things got along. And I kind of realize this now. As soon as you said it, I went, oh yeah, I got miserable because it turned into an IT job.
Yeah. Like so many
I
jobs,
mean,
right?
before the end, all I'm doing is computers. And before that, I'm sitting there like, installing tape decks and recabling and wiring and dealing with analog circuitry and satellite dishes and everything else and just having a good grand old time. And then it started becoming, here, run Windows 10 update, put this installer on here, and let's go get that networked and let's go get that subnet set up, yada, 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 blah, 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 blah.
Uh-huh.
And then boom, I'm like, there it is. That's why I'm miserable. and then I got into 3D printing, and here I am.
Here you are, spending your Saturdays on a stream building a printer alongside me.
Yeah,
Hacking
here
out.
I am on my free time.
Working.
Working.
Yeah. I've told this story on stream several times, but it's one of my favorite stories that my dad always tells. And he was in the service during Vietnam, and he was a radio guy, so but old school tubes and all that good stuff. And when he got out, they sent him for electronics training in early 70s. And he told me the first day that he was in class, he said some old guy came out and said, "Okay, first thing we're going to touch on is the transistor." And he said, "Here it is. Here's how it works. Now forget everything I said because they're way too expensive and you'll never see one again." I love that story.
Surprisingly accurate too.
Hilarious.
Because I remember very vividly people sitting there and I'm doing my computer stuff in the broadcast world. And they're just like, dude, computers. I remember a meeting very specifically going, there is no way a computer would ever be able to handle the bandwidth for uncompressed SD video.
Right.
I remember sitting in the room saying it is technically impossible to ever hit that. Because that would be a full 1 megabyte. That'd be a full 30 megabytes per second for SD video.
Yeah.
In a 444 color space.
I even remember like not too long ago. It seems like yesterday, but thinking about like when Netflix became a thing, I was like, how's that even possible? How are they dealing with this much data? And reliably. And I mean, that's like 5 years in the past. Crazy.
And then now you're like, oh, that's how.
It's buffering? I'm going to kill them.
So, but yeah, I remember that very vividly, and I just going, it'll never happen.
Yeah.
Screaming about it. I was like, because in the old days of video production, and you may or may not remember this. I don't know if you're old enough for this, but there used to be a thing called linear and non-linear editing.
No.
There was a difference. All right. So, non-linear editing is when you would use a computer to edit the video. All the clips are on the video, and you access them, and you just keep changing the timeline until you get what you want.
Mm-hmm.
That's Adobe Premiere and Final Cut and whatever else you do today.
Yep.
Well, linear editing is when you could only do it with tape machines, and you had to do everything linearly. You could only do it from the start to the end of the show. So you couldn't go back and change a segment.
Interesting. I did not know that.
And I say you couldn't go back. Well, you technically could, but the way you would do it is you would dub the tape over and multiple times, and it would just get progressively worse.
Yeah.
So for a long time in the 90s, the way that you would do it, pretty much all the way up until almost the early 2000s, this was the standard procedure. And to films, it pretty much went all the way up about the 2010s for this. But what you would do is you go to a nonlinear edit bay and you would edit on an Avid or a Media Composer or some other system, a very low-res, horrible-looking video, like you would do today in Premiere type of thing, exact same procedures, yada, yada, yada.
Uh-huh.
But then you would then get a direct text file of every edit that you did in that. And you would go into a linear bay and then linearly cut the show together manually. And there was a different artist for those bays.
Wow.
So, and that was the epitome of the times. And yeah, and it would literally just be copying from one VCR to the next VCR.
Somebody said old guy lesson time. Yep, I always fall into that at least for a little while in every stream.
You know,
I remember
back in my day.
That's right. I really don't feel like I should be back in my day already, but I guess I am 40, so.
Yep. Your day has already passed, my friend.
Yep.
So now you can only talk about it in past tense.
That's right.
Sorry.
It happens.
Welcome to the Old Man Club. AARP membership is in the mail.
I probably get a piece of mail 3 times a week reminding me that I need to sign up for Medicare. Like, come on.
Well, you are getting forgetful in your old age, so they're just trying to help you out there.
The print on the documents keeps getting larger and larger. All right, now it's time to peel some plastic off some panels.
Oh yeah, you're ahead of me now. I'm putting my rail on now.
Excellent. Yeah, and Hendrik mentioned audio engineers cutting tape. Now, I have seen someone do that. I have seen someone take it over to the machine, make a razor cut, splice, and all that good stuff on tape. That's an interesting process.
Those are the fun times. Yeah, when you do film, you would have to do the film splices manually. Now, what was funny is that that they would cut films on the same systems that they cut videos on because they use the same text files to edit with.
Yeah.
So, and all what you'd end up with is you'd end up with all the frames. I mean, same technology, just a slightly different text file to cut the film with, and it'd just be a different type of person to handle the work.
Right.
Oh, you know what it says for us? So we got to do heat inset on those cable chain parts.
Oh.
Did you skip a step?
I don't know. I didn't see.
That was page 25.
Yeah, I'm on 24. I just got the rail on, and it talks about deck panels. So I was just pulling those out and getting that paper off of them.
Oh, you're getting that excited.
Yeah. I'm actually just really excited to see the ACM, and that matte finish is nice. I like that.
Isn't it pretty?
It is. That's gonna look really good.
Get that nice metal look, very stiff.
That's cool.
And if the people watching don't realize it, that is a shameless sales plug. Full disclosure.
Available at
.com. Order today. Order now.
$19.95. No. $45 shipping and handling.
All right, they want me to install deck panels. All right, I'll go do the deck panels.
Yeah.
You people and your deck panels. Deck you and your deck panels.
Somebody said, Paul said, he likes how we're doing this together. We can troubleshoot snags together. Well, thank you, Paul.
It's a fun way. And me and Chris, we have a lot of things that we do similarly, but we're very different people.
Absolutely.
And it's kind of fun when you sit there and you see me trip and Chris not trip, and then vice versa, the same thing.
Yeah. And Dave's one of the few vendors that I haven't irritated yet, and he'll still talk to me.
I know well, his PayPal still works.
That's true. And when the money runs out, Dave's out of here.
That's right. You're only awesome until you're not.
That's right.
There's my fire engine red ACM.
I like that.
Or hot rod red. I'm sorry. This is going to be my Tony Stark printer. I have to keep up with the terms.
Hot rod red. There you go. How many colors of this do you carry?
Of the ACM?
Yeah.
We only carry white and black. We do offer some custom colors when people do it, but it's like 4 or 5 colors I'm able to get my hands on.
Okay.
So this is nobody ever orders it, but this is just me, showing off for myself.
Gotcha. Okay. Curious.
This is just.
That'd be a lot of material to have hanging around.
Yeah, once you get that many colors going, it gets crazy.
Right. Okay.
Look at that. Oh my God, that's going to be so pretty.
Nice.
Look how pretty that is.
I'm guessing there's probably enough M5 by 10s to put all this stuff down. That seems to be the bulk.
Oh, this printer is going to be sexy. I'm just saying, it's just going to be sexy. Let's see. Deck panels. I wonder what bolts they are. Let's screw ahead here. There's a whole separate chapter on panels, so let's see if they tell us there. Come on. Keep going. Yep, they are M5 tins.
Excellent.
You are correct.
Steve asked what color Dave's parts were. He's got gold and red, correct?
Gold and red. So this is the Tony Stark build.
That's right.
So I need 1, 2, 3. I need 6.
Good old Tony Stark.
So were you Steve Rogers, or Team Captain America, or Team Iron Man?
Oh, I got that's one of those things. Captain America, he's a nice guy and all, but you have to go Iron Man. He's just so much cooler.
Oh man. Okay, we're gonna have to oppose on that one because I am a Steve Rogers guy.
Yeah.
Because Tony Stark was just, he was cool, but he was just a cocky little jerk.
Well, he's a jerk, but yeah, I agree with that.
He was just cocky the whole time. That's where you sit there and you go, dude, chill. You may be rich, but you're not God. Where Steve Rogers is just like, you know what? Humility will get you real far.
That's right. Always the good guy.
And he would sit there and he go, I don't care who you are. There's the right and the wrong,
That's right.
I like that about him. He couldn't be bought.
That's right. Couldn't be bought. I really like the way that looks. This is exactly what I was hoping for. The purple and the black. This is my spooky printer. In fact, I've got a lot of gray and I've got some white, a few parts that are white, but I might even want to put a little more black on here after it goes together. Actually, we've talked a few times since summer, but what was Murph like this year? I did not attend, but I know you headed out there for a little while.
Yeah, I headed out there. It was very wet because the humidity at the time literally had the entire inside of the building soaked, and I mean like an inch of water. So everyone was 3D printing in a room that was just full of water.
Oh, great.
It was not even subtle. It was surprisingly light, meaning that a lot of people weren't there.
Right.
So there wasn't that much of a show, in all honesty. But hey, it was a chance to see other humans, and I hadn't seen them in over a year. I hadn't seen humans in a year, so.
Yeah. Well, and that's, I mean.
All I saw was the people that work for me, and they aren't really human. They're just,
Well, not anymore.
they're just labor force. That is pretty. I like this red. I am not gonna lie.
Now they're talking about in chat. Prince versus Iron Man? What? I missed the whole conversation, I think.
Well, Prince every single time.
Yeah, well, Prince is going to win in any fight.
That's right. But the question is, Sting or Prince?
I'd still go Prince. Sting's all right, but I'd still go Prince.
I don't know. Sting's got Dune going for him.
Well, that is true. I forgot about Dune.
I mean,
do you remember the Simpsons episode where Bart got stuck in the well and Sting was one of the diggers?
Oh.
And he rips his shirt off. He's
all cut.
Yeah, I'm doing it for a fan. So that wins him some points for sure.
I'm always impressed with the cameos they can get.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're somebody, you've been on The Simpsons.
I can say I was in the Simpsons edit room.
Really?
Yes.
That's awesome.
When I was in LA and I was doing all my engineering stuff, I supported the studios for a while, and I would jump around the studios. And one of my two coolest buildings I could go into was the Simpsons one and the South Park one.
Cool.
And then most of the other ones were sort of forgettable.
Now, I'm not going to lie. I am not the best person to be putting inserts in anything. I've done it quite a few times, but I really don't have the knack for it. I'm hoping this tool really makes things easier.
It definitely will. Now, before we do these inserts, though, let's go back and look at LDO's document.
Okay.
Because this was something that LDO specifically referred to, so we know which one to use.
Okay, so let's do that.
So we are using the IGUS one, which is the 2-hole configuration.
Oh, that's right. Now I remember what you're talking about. So that's the 2-hole part, not the 3-hole part.
That's correct. So
okay.
We printed some extra parts.
Right.
Just want to make sure we got that right, type of thing.
Yes. So it would be this one and this one.
Yep. So that's the parts we're talking about. These are just the cable chain parts that we'll be doing heat insets into. Now, is your soldering iron on yet?
Not yet.
Good. Don't turn it on yet. And because if you haven't used this tool before, I will teach you.
Excellent.
So I'm gonna get 4 of these heat insets. These are okay heat insets. Trust me, there's a huge debate out there about the right heat insets to use. The knurling on the side is a big contention.
I can't imagine somebody would be concerned about that.
Oh yeah. But if you, I don't think I'm going to get the focus on it, but if you look at a heat inset, you'll see one side's beveled and then the other side has knurling on the top surface.
Oh, yep.
So the knurling on the top surface is going to be on the top of the print. So you want the beveled side to go in first.
Oh, okay.
Now, with your soldering iron, Darn it, mine's on. So I might have to use some needle nose on it because I don't want to burn my fingers. There's 2 little heat sets on there already.
Yep.
What you want to do, the second one is to lock the first one.
Okay.
You really want it so that when you put a heat set on the top, that it's just below the top. It's a stopper to keep it from going too far.
Gotcha.
So kind of set that for the one you're doing. A lot of people don't care, but I do. I think that that's the right way to do it. Because you can extend beyond it, but if you do it the right way, it just sits in better.
Excellent.
All right. Now, when you push these into the hole, the way you have to think about it is you're building up the kind of thermal speed on everything.
Right.
Okay. So you want to pretty much be stopping once you get about halfway through, because the heat's going to carry it the rest of the way.
Right.
So you put it on the tip of your soldering iron and just let it sit there for a couple of seconds. And then you're going to not drop it. Come on. And then what you're going to do is start pushing it in. And then once it gets about halfway, then you slow down. You're pushing. And don't use a lot of force. It literally will just fall in there.
Excellent.
Let me get my soldering iron reheated up here because it was just in a bad spot. And so, yeah, if you get it kind of halfway, the mass will take it the rest of the way for you.
I need something flat.
And you do want to hit it about, as flat as you can.
Right. And this is the part I'm interested in to see how it fits on a PETG part.
Yeah, because I've had good luck with heat insets into it, into PETG, so I think you'll be fine. And there's a lot of forgiveness.
Well, if there's one thing I need, it's forgiveness.
Oh, trust me, don't we all?
That
Now,
actually works really well.
Yeah. Makes life easier, doesn't it?
It does.
Now, I will show you a little trick that I do. I kind of push a little bit into the surface, so it makes a little bit of a ring around it. It kind of pushes up just enough material to make a little ring around it.
Okay.
And the reason why I do that is if it's slightly below the surface, one, no matter how they intended it to be used, it'll still be able to be used that way. It doesn't stick up flush or any problems like that. But two, after it cools, I can come in here with my utility knife and just literally scrape off just the extra top.
Gotcha.
The little extra bits that squeezed out. It's like this heat instead, I want to push a little bit more in just to make sure it's slightly below the surface. And I do this because you don't really have to in a lot of cases, but there will always be that one case. You know what I mean? Where somebody designed the part that it's going to be a perfectly flush mount, and if you don't do it the right way, you're screwed.
Right.
So I just find that when I push it all the way in, slightly below the surface, never is an issue. And then you get a very flush surface on the bottom.
Very nice.
And that is my tricks for heat insets.
We've learned from the master, ladies and gentlemen.
Now you've just learned from someone.
Just some guy.
Just a guy. Now here's my favorite trick. Take your finger, lick it, and then touch the heat insets. You'll hear a little sizzle.
Nice.
But it's a fast way to cool it.
I have my trusty aluminum plates. I usually just force it down there and try to get some of the heat sink away so I don't burn myself instantly. Those fit really well in the PETG, so I'm not worried about it.
All right, N510. All right, let's bring this bad boy back up here. I'm going to turn off my soldering iron because I think it's going to be a while before we need it again.
Okay.
I have a feeling. I'm not saying it is, but I just have a feeling.
Well, that how do you say that? Haku, that brand of soldering iron? HAKKO?
I don't even want to try.
Yeah, but it heats up. Whatever it is, it heats up really fast, and it's kind of cute. Looks like an old school radio or something.
It's adorkable.
It is. All right, back to build.
All right. Now the one piece we got to put onto the rail. Clear that out. Just make it pretty.
Oh,
I
like
love
that
clearing
even,
my holes.
I like that even better. They're pronouncing it for me in the chat. Hacko. I like that name.
Okay, I can't argue with Hacko. That is what we will call it now.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Seems very appropriate, doesn't it?
I was gonna say that's kind of my thing. I'm kind of a hacko.
Mine would just have a W. So when you're not 3D printing, what are you doing?
Me?
Yes.
Let's
ask that question.
Yeah, working. I feel exactly what you mean by your job. That's pretty much all I do. I don't do a lot of anything for fun, and that's probably not the best thing for your health. But hey, that's how I roll. My job consumes a lot of my time, and I'm sure that we've talked about this before, Dave. But for anybody that does not know, I am a mainframe person. And the mainframe does not have a lot of employees nowadays. So when you have a mainframe employee, they have to do a lot of stuff.
Well, put it this way. That means you've been through a lot of layoffs, and they got rid of all the weak ones, and you're the only one left.
So everybody finally retired.
That's what happened with broadcasting.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm like the young baby of broadcasting. Of the old school broadcasting engineer.
Right.
You know, and it just blows my mind these days.
Yeah, we just went through an early retirement process where I work, and we lost like 50% of our staff, and it's been insane.
Where is my M38 socket heads? There they are. That's the only one upside down. And they only want me to install 4.
So the question is now, these Y carriages, so every Y carriage that you receive now from LDO, will it fit both from machines just by default?
Oh, you mean a Prusa and this?
Yeah.
Technically, yes. But people still want to buy them separately, so that's why I sell them separately.
Gotcha.
I think it just, in all honesty, I think it just leads to too much confusion to have the extra holes in there.
Right.
Go backwards.
We still have mainframe, no clue what it's used for. I get that all the time. It's either I don't know what we use it for, or we still have that. Yeah, we do.
Yeah, see, back in my day, I was as I had to transition into it, I was storage boy. So right. I did just nothing but SANs.
Yep, I did that for a couple of years actually. I worked on SAN quite a bit, but I actually was a NetApp engineer for a while.
Yep.
So I did a lot of NAS filers.
Good old NetApp. They were actually one of my clients when I was out in San Francisco. Ironically, I went out there and I built their sand for their video production place.
Nice.
And
Yep.
because they would, when you have a facility like that, they like to put it on tours and stuff.
Right.
And the storage that was on the system wasn't actually NetApp storage.
Uh-oh.
And so what they did, though, is they put a NetApp cover over it.
Wow.
Because it was part of the tour, and they're just like, yeah, we'd look bad if we didn't do that.
Yeah.
There's the carriage. Yay. And then, yeah,
good.
we do need to now move on to heat insets again. I was wrong.
It happens.
I'm never wrong.
Impossible.
Inconceivable.
That's right.
Now, if I am correct, and I just want to verify something real quick here, isn't this the part that we're supposed to use the special sensorless homing? Yes, it is.
Yes, this is the one without the in-stop mount on it.
That is correct. There's a marginal difference, but it is a difference. Now, this printed part is not technically available to the public yet. That's just because LDO is still finalizing stuff. And the only difference is that the one with the end stop has a little cutout here, and the one without the end stop doesn't. I think it's purely aesthetic.
Yeah, I mean they look almost identical.
I think it is purely an aesthetic choice there. Oh wait, no, you know what it is? This is probably just for bumping into the extrusion, so they just had to flush it out.
Right.
They would have been better off, you could fill that in or whatever. It wouldn't matter too much. But
it's actually about 5 millimeters taller than the original part.
I'm gonna hold it up again there and check. Are you sure?
The one I printed is anyway. The one with the holes and one without? Or
yeah, there's a bevel to it, don't forget. So, but yeah, bevel, I swear it's almost identical. They are definitely identical on mine.
Now, is there one of those that's very similar for X and Y? I'm looking for the other one with the in-stop.
Because this is the Y belt holder.
This is the one. The one I have in my hand is the one you sent me last night, and then I have a thinner one with holes in it.
So the thinner one with holes, that should definitely be the X one then.
Okay, so that's what it is.
I'm pretty sure of it. Let's see if I can find that. I'm looking at my X and Z bag, and I don't see it in there yet. Wait, X carriage. It's probably in that one. No. I got no clue where your difference is, but it is identical as far as I can tell, except for the cutout.
Interesting. Well, in any case, the part this is the part that you sent me, so it should be the same part.
Yep. It should be the same part, so we'll be using that one. The way to look at it is that technically is not available to the public yet. It's going to be part of the kit, and when they release it, it'll be posted to the Voron GitHub.
Gotcha.
All right, so we got to put some heat insets and some stuff. So we got 3 to put into this bad boy. 2 on the top and 1 on the back.
All right.
So let's fire up the soldering irons again. And let's get 3 heat sets. I wonder if there's got to be at least 1 or 2 Voron guys that'll be like, oh, no, here's where your difference is, guys. There's got to be somebody in chat. I just haven't looked yet. Let's see. And we'll go look and see if I see someone that said that in there. Motorhead Mitch is here. Hey, Mitch.
What's up, Mitch?
Everyone's talking about mainframes, not Voron.
Yeah, we always go down the IT rabbit hole at least for a little while each stream.
Oh yeah.
There's so many of us.
One of us, one of
That's
us.
right.
Google gobble, Google gobble.
So I can't imagine you have a lot of free time, but I'll turn the question on you. What do you do? Well, I know you enjoy your vintage computers.
Yeah, that is my hobby.
Yep.
Since I turned my first hobby into work, I had to go search for another hobby to keep myself sane.
Nice.
And so I am always on the hunt for the next vintage computer.
What was your latest one?
My latest acquisition was a true Apple IIc.
Nice.
From a school. So I could run Math Blaster and Oregon Trail.
Yes. Math Blaster. Man, I forgot about that one.
You know, and had fun with that. And what I do enjoy is the how do you get it to work today type of thing.
Right.
So there's always somebody out there that has made a way to hook up an Arduino or Raspberry Pi and make it look like a floppy drive to the original system.
Oh, nice.
Which is a cool way to handle the problem. So, you go get your you go get your floppy images, and then you can sit there and take the floppy image and load it up, and it'll load just like a floppy. And my absolute favorites, the ones I have on my Amigas, there's a little bit of a hack you can do in there where you can mount a piezo buzzer, and it will make all the floppy sounds while it's loading it. So you can have true nostalgia.
Nice.
It is funny because you're sitting there going, oh, look, it grind and grind and
Yeah, I remember that. Somebody mentioned the Ryobi soldering iron. That's the first time I'd ever seen it when you sent me the link to it the other day. That thing is really cool.
It is the ultimate kind of portable to throw out there. I mean, it's a crummy soldering iron, but for heat insets, it's great. There's no heat control or anything like that. It's just on. So it's kind of meant to be your field soldering iron. But if all your tools are that, and you're out and about, that's just one less plug you got to worry about. And they're dirt cheap. They're like $40, so they're totally worth it.
Yeah.
And they recently just made a new one that actually does have temp control on it. So, but no, I love it.
Yeah, that would be really handy.
All right, so this is the Y belt holder that's supposed to go from underneath. So I use two M330s.
Oh, and it goes all the way through the part. I got you. Does it? So that part's actually kind of made for those ears on it to kind of glide on the inside of that extrusion. Gotcha.
Now it's all starting to make a little sense, right?
Oh, now I'm all over it.
All right, so yeah, see, and that way those little tabs ride inside the 2020. Is that right? No. Yeah, those little tabs will run inside the 2020. And then the belt goes out there. That seems a little weird, but okay, that's what they say. It seems like the belt's going to go a little wide when it grabs onto the outside.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I mean,
But that's what they say, so I'm going to stick with it for now.
All right.
I'm the by the book guy.
That's right. If in all fairness, I mean, if I was really going the opposite way, I would have kicked this onto the floor by now. uh, John Strand is here. Yes, this purple is awesome. Love the purple color.
There we go. Let me see something. I'm just curious now. Now that I'm grabbing the old one. Ah, yes, I see what happened. So the old one, if it was in there, it would have missed the stop at the end.
Aha.
So this part, the little cutout they did, would actually come and hit up there. Of course, the frame's in the way. So it would actually come and hit right there. So this comes and stops right at it. But that cutout would have made it fly past it
Gotcha.
and add that distance. So that's why you need that.
Cool.
Now we know.
Now you know.
And knowing it's half the battle. G.I. Joe.
I used to watch that every afternoon.
Oh, you know what? The belt does. Ah, okay. No, you and I are correct and wrong at the same time. So the belt path goes in the backside and then comes out and then goes underneath the block.
Looking at that picture, it's slightly confusing.
Yeah, so the belt goes along the backside and then comes out the front, and that's where you put the clamps on.
Okay.
I'm going to take it off because I expect that to be easier to install without the carriage in the way.
Right.
Now that we know how it works, so I can run the belt behind it and then through the little hole out, and then we clamp it all together. And then once it's all nice and tight, then I can slap the carriage onto it. That makes better sense to me. I was stitching it together in my head, going, "That's not right. That's not right."
So they actually pull it through that hole and then pull it down to go over to go underneath that little screw-on part.
So it comes from the back. It goes around this over the little tab that's sticking out through the hole, and then comes out there, and then the clamp holds it in.
Okay, gotcha.
That's what I'm seeing from the pictures in the path.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, then you're right. That would be a little. I think it would be easier to do disassembled.
Yep. Just because trying to get it in and out of that hole is going to be a pain. Now, when it comes to belts, are you the guy that likes to pre-cut his belts?
Oh, that's always a tough choice for me.
I am the guy. I sit there and I will suffer with the extra long belt to save as much as possible.
If it's standard belt, you know, the standard Prusa belt, I've got tons of it, as you've probably seen from my purchases. I've got tons of it, so I'm not so bad. But we did like 10mm belt the other day, I was super paranoid about that because I know I don't have any of that stuff.
Well, you know, you can get 10mm belt at printedsolid.com.
I almost ordered some. I'm like, oh man.
Yep, that's exactly how they want it to go. It makes perfect sense now. All right, so go around.
Where did I set the belt? Here it is. Stephen Bills was asking about the sensorless homing part. Yes, we got it. Thank you. We made it work.
Yes, thank you, Stephen. We got it, and we got it printed out. And we were, if you missed the part, we were just arguing about how it actually functioned and what was the real difference between the parts, and then we just figured it out.
Yes.
All right.
I believe this is, yeah, that's actual Gates belt. Nice.
LDO does use gate belts. There is actually a China Gates belt, and then there's an American Gates belt. Two different places make them.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And now you know.
Now I know. When I first got into 3D printing, I saw a Gates belt. I'm like, seriously? They're using Gates belts? You know, coming from automotive. I'm like, that's some serious stuff there.
And then you're like, oh, I guess I'm that guy.
Yeah, I guess I do need a nice belt on my 3D printer. Now, what path is that? Okay, so it goes right against the extrusion.
Technically, it rides inside the extrusion.
Right, gotcha.
I want the belt to be tighter. They don't really have a tension adjustment on this Y.
Yeah. Yeah, there's not enough room to even slide that printed part back a little bit either.
Yeah, I'm not fond of that part of the problem. They didn't do that with the... Yeah, there's no room on the... Well, technically we could scoot the motor and the idler in and out. So yeah, we could do that. That would be our tensioner. So loosen that up a bit. Let's work that back in. That works. Yeah, I'll do a little bit out here. Yeah, I'll get a little bit of tension out of that. That'll be fine. All right, I'll be fine with that. So tighten this down. So what I'm doing is I'm getting the belt as tight as I can.
Okay.
And there's still a little bit of slop, a little extra slop in the belt. But now, if I take the front idler and pull it forward ever so slightly, that tightens it up. And then the back idler, or the back motor mount, and finagle it back. That's tight enough in my opinion. All right, now let's get the carriage on and see how she feels. That feels good. Now let me spin this around real quick because I want to make sure that the belt is going right down the track.
Gotta have about 5 hands to line this thing up.
Don't. We're part of the nuclear generation. We're supposed to be able to have. We're supposed to have 5 hands, right?
It's all that hormone in the protein or in the poultry.
All right, I want that to go up a little bit. There we go. That looks good to me. I'm happy with that. So now I will tighten this down. Rotate it. That flush side is with me. All right, that feels good. You know you haven't done the build until you've at least like moved a carriage back and forth a few times and felt the belt.
That's true.
You know, that's when you know you're done with the build. All right. So on the side where the single bearing was, I need 2 M3/8s. And I need to do 2 more heat insets. Are you having issues?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know you're having issues, but are you having problems with the print?
Yeah. Both. So that belt, maybe I'm not grasping the concept. But it's going to have to ride in that channel.
So you see the little tabs that are sticking out that seem like they're getting in on the printed part that seem like they're getting in the way of the belt?
Mm-hmm.
They aren't in the way. They actually, the belt goes over that, and it's used to push the belt into this extrusion and hold it at the right distance.
Oh, I see. That's the step I'm missing.
And now you know.
Hopefully I know. I see what we're getting at. How silly am I?
I will say this: I am a little disappointed in the Switchwire because all the other Vorons out there have these really, really, really slick methods for tensioning belts. They really do. It's really impressive. I mean, the V0 is probably one of the coolest belt tensioners I've ever seen on any 3D printer. I'm not going to lie. But that's kind of what they're known for. And the fact that the Switchwire doesn't really have a belt tensioner on this Y is kind of disappointing. I'm really surprised that they didn't do that. Just because I'm so used to it on all their other printers. Wait a minute, that seems, oh, you know what, never mind. All right. There we go. There is our wonderful Y-axis. And people get to see how sexy my hot rod red is. And how sexy your spooky purple is.
Spooky purple.
That's a good name for it. Spooky purple.
I like it.
All right. The next part is going to be skirts. So I am going to just go ahead and start prepping for that. And let you catch up to me. Front skirt, back skirt, optional skirt A, optional skirt B. All right, kiddies. We're going to talk about skirts here for a minute. And I'm going to really need you guys to look up mine for a little bit here.
I was waiting for that.
You know.
I feel like I almost need to like clamp this or something so it stays in place.
Yep. That was where I ran into it. So I got it as tight as I could, and then I moved the front idler and the rear motor a little bit just to tension it up. That's what I meant by I'm surprised they didn't put a tensioner in there. That's kind of their thing.
What would make a good clamp? I could quick clamp it.
Well, don't take too much time.
Yeah.
All right, so here is the drama moment for everybody. So there is a skirt that's meant for the front and the back. That one's not used, it's this one here.
Whoops.
That one's...
There we go. That's much nicer.
So it looks like that. Okay. So now it's aesthetic time. I think I know what I want to do, but I want to hear what everyone else is doing. So this is the printer right there. It's got a nice big red piece. It will eventually have a nice big red panel back here. It's got a lot of red going on it. The question is, there's a skirt that goes right here. And do I do the gold skirt like that? Or do I do the red skirt? And I kind of think I want gold, but I want to hear other people's opinions on it. What color should my skirt be? So far, 2 votes for gold.
I'm thinking gold too with that red top.
That's kind of where I was leaning. Because there will be an LCD display on this. And if I do the gold, I could always make up for the red by putting the red LCD display there. All right, gold it is. So, but that's why I printed the parts, because I wasn't sure until I actually saw it. Now, since we have decided on the gold, here is the next drama mama. There are end caps. So since that'll be here, Should I do the red end caps or keep it gold? I kind of like the red accent. So now we're talking about just the end cap part.
I like the gold skirt and the red cap.
That's kind of where I'm sitting. You know, kind of where I'm sitting. I think that that's the sexy solution. I think it's a good accent. I want to give people, you know, the ability to be involved with my build,
That's right.
to let the community include themselves in my decision-making process, to help them understand that this is a group project and not
Right.
just a Randolph project.
Where did I set my part?
Because there is no I in team, but there is an M and an E, and after all, it is all about me.
It's true. Okay, so I got 2 inserts in there. Now I need 2 more.
All right. So I got a boatload of inserts to do here. And M38 put it all together. M38 socket heads. And then lots of inserts. All right. Where did my baggie of inserts go? I just had them here in front of me like 2 seconds ago. Don't you hate that when you're doing a build and you move something out of your peripheral vision and now it's gone?
Yeah, that's my favorite. I really like it when I'm looking for a tool and I'm holding it in my hand. That's my favorite one of all.
There they are. They were just well hidden on the other side. All right. So I'm going to pour a few of those out and we'll play with those. All righty. It is kind of funny because Voron's kind of known for their designs. They try to make it so you can print out the parts for any printer on any of their other printers. They try to kind of keep the parts relatively small.
Mm-hmm.
And this skirt, unfortunately, is kind of large. So what they did is they made it in multiple pieces and then you screw it together.
So this part is actually bolted to where the linear bearing would be. Interesting.
Because they don't need the linear bearings because they're on rail.
That's right. Cool. M38. All right.
All right. Get my heat insets going.
That is a whole lot of heat insets right there. Now, do they have you like doing the whole skirt all at once, or just like the front section and then we move on?
I think they were doing just the front section, but I'm like, I've read ahead. I'm just going to do them all at once so that they're just done.
Okay.
Might as well get them all out of the way.
There's one in the top of that one. Which one is that? What is this? This is that. These are those.
Those are these.
Those are these.
Vis-a-vis.
These look so similar. I'm hoping I didn't like print multiples of the same part.
There are a couple multiples in this set.
Okay. Well, we're gonna find out.
The old we're just gonna make it. Screw it, we'll do it live. All right, they want one in the top here. All these heat insets.
Gotta love it.
I do like it. I mean, you gotta remember, you probably remember for the longest time, there just wasn't heat insets in anything.
Yeah.
Remember all that? They were trying to use captive nuts and all that type of stuff.
Yep.
And then heat insets came along.
Well,
I shouldn't say they came along. They realized that, oh yeah, they exist.
They became readily available at some point. And you and I will both know what we're talking about. Maybe the chat will not, but the first ones I really saw a lot of were from a company that we will not mention. That's the first time I really started seeing them on printers, anyway.
Yep.
Speaking
Still
of
get
printers and
those.
such, have you heard anything about out of Sindaver lately?
So they have their one printer that they've been trying to get out that keeps hitting little delays.
Yeah.
They're waiting on like final parts. They have them sitting there ready to distribute, but they're hitting delays. But it is kind of interesting. They are trying to go for, a little $1,000 American-made printer.
Right.
With the control panels and everything already on it, not options or anything like that.
I'm really interested to see how that's going to turn out.
So yeah, it's going to be interesting. I'm hoping for good things. I'm hoping for good things. What I am seeing so far on it, it looks like a very solid build. Mechanically, it looks solid.
Yeah, I like what I've seen.
Fingers crossed, it'll be okay. But we will see.
Mad Monkey is here. He likes the purple. He has a purple Switchwire as well. We could compare notes and see what's going on.
One-eyed, one-haired, flying purple Switchwire.
Yeah, if you were making that purple people in PETG, I would have totally added some on here.
Oh yeah.
Maybe even in the future, if you all spin that up in PETG, I might just go back and add some because I love that color.
It's on the roster.
Nice.
I have the curse is like right now, because every other sentence out of my mouth is due to supply chain issues.
Right.
Colorant is damn near 14 weeks between ordering and actually getting it right now.
Oh, jeez.
That's how backlogged the American places are that I get it from. And I don't want to change suppliers, because it would actually get to me faster if I use some of the guys in China. But I just don't want to change suppliers midstream on this.
That would be tough for filament making.
Yeah. Well, also, my marketing is that, everything's American made, and that just kind of would be a lie if I switched over to China for a little bit, and I wouldn't feel right about that.
Yeah. Not lying. It's tough.
Well, I'd put on there the truth, but then unfortunately what happens is you get that delay from people regurgitate what they've heard before without seeing if it's still true, and that lie would be out there, and then I'd get complaints, and I just don't like doing that to people. I have this weird thing called morals. It's really
Moral
screwing.
in business? What?
It's really screwing up my business, man.
Your business model is way off.
Yeah. My business ethics are screwed. All right, I got my front skirt ready. I am ready to install it. But how does it get installed? Oh, from the top. All right. Yeah, that looks right. Yeah, okay, so that's how it goes. Okay, it was confusing me there for a minute.
Right about the time this build is complete, I'm going to be really good at these inserts.
Yeah. And every project from here on out will have inserts, and that's all we're going to hear from you.
But only 3mm, because I've just got the one tool. Everything's going to be 3mm from now on.
All right. That is looking pretty sexy.
I like it.
All right, give me 1 second here. There is a tool that I need, and it's called a hammer.
Whoa.
Or as I like to call it, the fine adjustment tool.
Little adjustments, little taps.
You know, it's my persuasion device.
All right.
So I kept seeing, you know, everyone has to have tools around the shop here. So I kept seeing the tools kind of disappear and end up in weird spots around the place. So, and I always need my tools. So
Right.
I'm the only CEO you know that's got a tool chest in his office.
About the only way you can keep them from disappearing on you.
Well, they all have their tools, and then I have the CEO tools.
There you go. All right, what do we got here?
I might drop out here. I'm walking to the far side of the warehouse to get the tool I need, but if I don't, that's awesome. That means Bluetooth really works well. Of course, that hammer's not in the spot it's supposed to be. They use it as a persuasion device.
That's what they're saying in chat right now. The CEO tool should be gold-plated, is what they say.
Where are you? My little mallet.
This skirt's pretty cool looking. I like it.
It's a nice look, isn't it?
Yeah. Gives me kind of a spider web effect for my spooky machine.
All right, let me go the other way. I'm impressed. I've actually been able to walk around the entire facility, all 10,000 square feet, and then actually get to stuff.
Nice.
And Bluetooth works. I did not expect Bluetooth to have that range. There we go. That's the rubber mallet I'm looking for.
There's this one, but then is there one with this one? But does this one need inserts too?
So I'm going to use the rubber mallet just to coerce the skirt in. With just light taps. Love taps, if you will.
Just tap it in.
But I wanted to use a rubber mallet because I didn't want to be forceful.
Oh,
I wanted to be
okay.
gentle, so I had to go find my rubber mallet rather than a regular hammer and bang the hell out of plastic. I agree, this gold is definitely the right look. That was the right accent for the front of this. Getting into the plastic here, but I just want it to be smooth. That's pretty. All right. Now they want M510s. So there's that. M510s, those are the popular ones. Okay. Now we're cooking with Crisco. We are going to get this skirt on fast, and now we know what's going on here. It's looking good. How many viewers are we up to? I haven't even checked that number yet.
My streams usually hover around 140, 160. We're sitting at 139 right at the moment, so that's pretty
Oh,
good
that's not
for us.
bad. 139 of our favorite people.
That's right. That's what I say.
Everyone else can suck it.
Everyone that's not here that can't hear that.
Suck it.
Oh, that's what I was saying. I don't have the most subs, but I have the best subs. They're the highest quality subs that anyone can have.
They're not like Subway subs. They're like Quiznos subs, right?
Right. High end. Oh, so the printer actually kind of sets on that skirt. That's all right.
Well, because there'll be feet that keep that off.
Right.
Right.
I see, said the blind man.
As he picked up his hammer and saw.
Oh, that fits so nice.
So nice. There's your early 2000s reference.
Yeah. And then the okay, so then you put a 8 in the top.
That skirt is actually surprisingly structural after you get it all done like they want. That's impressive. You know, most of the time when you see a skirt, it's usually just kind of only aesthetic, but this is actually pretty structural. They are going back to relying on us screwing into plastic and using the plastic as the retainer.
Hmm.
So I'm going to clear out the holes just a little bit to make life a little bit easier. All right. I'm going to drill those out. That way I don't have any resistance on the caps. And all the resistance is from the nut. So I'm going to drill out the cap hole with a 3.2 millimeter. And then the the plastic that holes that were going into, I went ahead and just cleared them out at 2.5 millimeters. So it should give me just enough tension to tap in.
Gotcha.
At least that's the plan.
Where are my cool extrusion covers at with my nifty logo?
Oh, did you modify yours?
No, when I printed them out, I'm like, oh, it's got a logo on it. But now that you say that, I should have.
Yeah, put your little logo out there. Oh yeah, that worked out well. Made us not like I'm squeaking plastic, which I hate. I always hate that sound.
Yes.
All right. We'll get the other side here. And then I think that is a sexy skirt. I think this Tony Stark is going to be colored just right. I think it's going to be a good build.
Excellent.
Now, of course, I'm building a Trident at home, even though there's no kit version. I'm just doing it for fun.
Oh, really?
And yes, and it is going to be green and orange.
Sweet.
Which will be my Steve banner. I'm wondering if you're starting to see a theme here.
I am.
You gotta have some entertainment in life. All right. Look at that. Tell me that's not Tony Stark.
Looks pretty good.
Now that that's good, I want to turn it up on its side. And now I can finally tighten these inside ones so it doesn't flex around anymore. Oh, yeah. That's the good stuff. Isn't that pretty? All right. Now I gotta go do the back skirt. So here comes the back skirt. Bring out my M3/8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 12, 16, 32.
Don't mess me up.
All right. It claims that that is there. All right, if I follow the instructions, it should be assembled like that.
Jordan, your screen doesn't work on your Switchwire? What, is it a problem with the screen or is it like a firmware thing?
Now it's going to depend on the screen and how you have it configured, because don't forget your if you're using a traditional clipper configuration, if I remember correctly, the SKR board, you couldn't have a screen on it if you tried. It has to be off of the Pi, if I remember correctly. Because remember, clipper just makes your control board dumb.
Right.
if I remember correctly. I may be wrong. Somebody can chime in on it. I play with Clipper, but I am not your defining source of Clipper.
I have not installed Clipper in some time.
I just remember that was the first problem I ran into when I started playing with Clipper. I was like, why does the screen work? And then I thought real hard about it and then started searching and I looked it up and I was like, oh yeah. Clipper makes the board dumb. Boom, 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 boom. It's one die. All right, there we go. That's pretty. I get it now. One, two, three, four. M3 eights, M5 tens. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right. All right. Should we chat about anything else? We gotten quiet here because it's like we're really focusing.
We're actually doing work now.
I know.
Kind of crazy. I'm putting screws in. Things are going together. It's craziness. I do like though. I mean, there's a lot of room in there. You could like install this as like an electrical panel. A really cool one.
By the time we're done, there's going to be a lot underneath this.
Yeah, well, I mean, with the board and the pie and all the
two power
PSU, all that
supplies,
good stuff. Yeah, but there's lots of nice room in there.
It's kind of like a bear and a Prusa had a baby when they were on vacation overseas, and this is the result.
I'm gonna say I can't put this one too close to orange juice. Bad things might happen.
It'll be spring break all over again.
Spring break all over. Nice.
I like the delay reaction on that one.
Yeah, sometimes it takes me a minute.
Do you ever do any crazy spring break stuff back in your day?
No, I've never, like as a teen or anything like that. I never got the chance to take any vacations or anything like that. How about you?
Ask for more hours at work.
Yeah, I was a pretty boring kid. I mean, I had more than enough instances where I had a couple too many beers and tore something up, but nothing serious.
You were just one of the easy ones.
Yeah. All right. I do like that they stop every once in a while and show you a render of what it should look like.
Of like, here's where you're at.
Yeah, you are here. How do they know?
You are here. Why do they have a picture of my bedroom on this thing?
Must be tied to my phone.
All right.
So you just said I'd end up with an orange perp. That would be interesting. That's a pretty cool little machine, I have to say. I like the way it looks.
I mean, we were only doing the base, and it gets interesting on the YZ.
Yeah.
Let's don't forget, this is a Core YZ.
You know, I was thinking about that just kind of generally the other day. What does that actually mean?
Well, you know, Core XY, right?
Right.
Well, instead of using the X, they are going to be doing that in the Z. So there'll be two motors. There's not a motor mounted on the gantry in this configuration.
Oh. Okay.
This is just
Interesting.
like this is an inverted Core XY.
Gotcha. I didn't know that. I've never really looked at one of these up close, like to see how they're configured. This is the first experience I've had with any of these.
That's why the keychain holder. That's why I brought that up earlier, because that's how they're maintaining the keeping it from falling down.
Gotcha.
That's why we don't see any screws here or anything like that. That's all built on this.
Yeah, I figured
Vertical.
it was built, but I wasn't quite sure how they got that done. But now I get it.
You're like, oh. So it makes for an interesting build. It's a very unique printer.
It is very unique.
Just for that. Not a lot of people are that way. All right. Look at that. I got skirts going for miles. I've put on my modesty. Not too bad. Anybody say anything fun in chat we need to know about it? All the fun people. Hey, we're up to 143. You're getting up to your average.
There you go. No, just talking about Core XZ and all that good stuff in chat.
All the good stuff. But I think we're doing pretty good all together. After you finish your skirt, I'd say we should do a coffee break.
All right.
Because that finishes that chapter.
Yep, I'm all done with skirt. I'm ready to move on to Z. So this is probably a good time to take a quick break.
Yeah, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll come back, and we'll hit page 39. That puts us at about halfway through the manual.
All right, excellent.
All right. We will be back, guys.
All right, we'll be back.
All right, I am back. I'm back before Chris is, which means it's secretly now my stream. All is in control. I will destroy it. I will get him demonetized in no time. It'll be great. So yeah, Paul. The difference is this isn't 2020. This is true 30-30 across the board. So I mean, it's a lot stronger than you would expect out of that, and it is using blind joints, so it's going to be very stable. And then the belts are going to actually help it too. And yes, Bob, I have fun with builds. It is my one chance to actually enjoy 3D printing. You know, because I spend most of my time actually having to help other people enjoy it. And, you know, I like 3D printing too. So there we go. Yeah. Where is it? There's my wonderful ugly face if anyone wanted to see it. See, I'm here. I'm alive. I exist. This is our showroom. We're waiting for Chris to come back. I don't want to get too far ahead of him. You know, and that's our showroom and all the fun stuff. And then got the little stand cam over there to show the rest of the showroom. One of the nice things I like that we do here is that I have the cute little wall or cabinet of prints, and I use that for people when they come in off the street and they're like, hey, I want a material that can do this, or I want this color or this. So every one of our manufacturers is represented up there. It's kind of nice. It makes a good way to have it. Then, of course, we have all our enclosures and all that good stuff. And then we have the printers. You know, we do a lot of Ultimaker printers and things like that. So we have all of those over there. And then a giant screen there. Sometimes we actually will get the companies that want to come in and actually get training. So we'll actually bring them in here and set up a couple of tables and present to them and teach them how to run their machines and whatever they need to know. We do that a lot for them. And that makes for a fun little control room. It's definitely a mess because I definitely kind of destroyed it to set up for this little stream. And when this is all said and done, I'll have to put it all back, as it were. So yay. So, but there we go. And let's see, where is it? So I'm going to back up here to get everyone. So yeah, thank you, Ken. I appreciate it. The Magic Tube to Canada. Oh, that's there now, which is the fun stuff. Let's see. So will Voron parts be on sale on at Black Friday? Right now, I am still working on Black Friday. We still don't have everything done yet. So the answer to that is even I don't know. So looking at all that. Let's see. Any new and exciting filaments coming out soon? The answer is yes. I have some new partners that are sending me some really exciting modifiers, which I'm going to be really excited to get out there. And you can't be serious? Absolutely. I appreciate it. We try to get stuff out as fast as humanly possible. That's a big thing for us. Chris, is warping just down to bed temperature? No. Warping is when there is a differential in temperature between where you're currently printing and where you were printing. That is the real answer you're looking for. So the short answer is that as long as your temperature is moderately the same in the entire environment you're printing in, you won't see warping. So it doesn't need to be a hot environment. It just needs to be a warm environment. So there you go. that's probably the easiest answer to warping. My favorite example is that if you walk into a room, that has a printer running and the air conditioner kicks on, you'll start to see warping along the line there. So that's where that happens. Let's see. No, I'm not printing anything for Loyal's toy drive. I've been helping out primarily just being a supplier for it. Try and get people filaments and stuff like that. Get it all going. I've also been helping out with IC3D's print drive. They always have a massive drive every year, and I love those guys. They're my favorite competitor, which I don't consider a competitor. So I like those guys. Let's see. Everything else. Yep. So, yep. Let's see. Difference of filaments, modifier, and additives. So, modifier and additives you could put in the same category, but think about it this way. They are pretty much like sugar in a cake. You can mix that in there, and you can get some really good. You can make a really good cake if you get the right amount of sugar into it. Even though you're using the same flour, and you can turn a cake into a pie if you put too much sugar or too much baking powder. I don't know. I can't cook, but that's kind of the idea. So you get your base resin like a PLA or a PETG, and then whatever you add to it, you can modify its properties. So for example, let's say I wanted to make a high temp PLA. I can get a modifier that when it gets mixed in and extruded with PLA would make it a higher temperature or a stronger material or a matte look or a bubble look or textured looks, stuff like that, different values. I could put UV resistance in certain materials, things like that. So, yes, speak to the advantage of Core XZ versus XY. Bed slinging feels like a step backwards. You know what? You might don't consider it a step backwards. Consider it a sidestep. If you look at the Switchwire, its kind of roots and the parts it uses, it really is meant for people to tear apart their Prusa or Ender 3 and convert it over to this. That's kind of where people are going. That's kind of what Switchwire was made for, is this middle ground, this transition to slowly suck people into the Voron environment. But it is an interesting way to handle. I mean, yeah, I would agree. Having the XZ seems like it's not really a huge advantage. Moderate advantage, but not a huge advantage. But you still get the traditional bed slinger type of thing. So catch 22. XY, yeah, I get it. It's to throw it around, but I'll be honest with you. XY is a different way to handle a problem. If you look at Ultimaker printers, they're not Core XY, but they don't have their motors on the axes, and they get good speed and stuff like that. And their belts are fairly short, so there's a curse of that. So Core XY is different. Core XZ is different. That makes sense. I wish I could sit there and say, oh, absolutely. I think Core XY has got some advantages. I think Core XZ is just an interesting way to handle a problem. No, we don't do any custom Z links for the 2.4. We have just our frame sizes. Just our standard frame sizes, mainly because I love to carry the Voron stuff, but man, if I got into every single different frame and bolt and rail size, I'd have a warehouse just for Voron stuff. It would be insane. So we carry the 250, the 300, and the 350s, and we consider that pretty standard. And if anybody wants to go outside of that, well, that's more power to them. For our panel sets, we let people, they can email us at customs@printedsolid.com, and we will custom cut them panels. Our only requirement to that is that they have to send us the design files. It's not because we don't want to modify the drawings for you and add 60 millimeters or something like that. It's an accountability thing, because if you send us the drawings and say, I want it cut exactly like this, we go, okay. But if you say add 60 millimeters to it, and we add 60 millimeters to it, and we send it to you, you go, that's not what I really wanted. I'd be sitting there and shipping panels back and forth between every customer that didn't quite have their design work figured out. So I like to say, you send me the files the way you want it cut, and then we can do it for you. It's just a safer way to give people the most to give people the cheapest, custom cuts we can without screwing up.
And there you go.
I was just answering chat while I was waiting for you to come back and chatting with everybody and reading it and engaging with the audience.
Well, I appreciate that.
And Henrik, yes, LDO will be coming out with the 2.4 kit. That is next. If you go over to the LDO or docs.ldomotors.com, you can actually start to see some of their documentation they're working on for it. But LDO will not release a kit until they actually know it works. I will give them a smart way to do it. I mean, I give them credit for that. And Llama, we laser cut our acrylic, but we CNC route our ACM. All right, I think I answered all the questions. I entertained.
Cool. I have a question. Why do they call this thing a switchwire?
Because Prusa was already taken.
Oh, fair enough.
Honestly, I don't know. I will tell you this, though. While I do not speak for the Voron guys, I do see them moving away from their number system. Mm-hmm. So originally, they had their V0s, their V1, their V2, and their Switchwire is kind of what they had there for the longest time. Right. Unfortunately, consumers, there's a very low bar of them out there, and I hate to say that, that think that the V0 is the first version, and V1 is the second version, and V2 is the third version.
Right.
And no, V0.1 is the second version of V0. So their naming convention's a little bit weird because they were using that, because the V doesn't stand for version, it stands for Voron. So they took the 1.8 recently and changed its name to Trident. So now we have a Switchwire and we have a Trident. I wouldn't be surprised if the next 2.4 we see, they give that a name as well. And right. The next V0, they give that a name, so that they do away with the number system to not have the consumers get confused.
Well, I mean, if cell phones have taught us anything, it means the next number up means better.
Right. So. And I think that's what they want to get away from, because they just get cursed their name as Voron, which, when you abbreviate that to V, people think version.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, I'm sure there's a story between every name. I know Trident's because they switched from 2 motors to 3 motors for their Z-axis. So that's why they went Trident. Okay. I'm not sure why they went Switchwire. I don't remember that. I'm sure there's a story out there. I just don't remember what it is. I don't know what the average cost is, because I think convert to an Ender 3, because I think it's a matter of where you source from, which parts you're going to use, and how you're going to do it. There's quite a few variations out there for that conversion. All right. Let's get back to it. We're on a Z motor mount point, aren't we?
We are. And one thing I have noticed about the printed parts is that Z mount is really close to the X mount. There's very few differences about them. I believe they are labeled a different part. They have a different part name, but if they're not the same, they're very similar.
Yeah, I think one's a mirror copy.
Is that what's going on? Yeah. Yep. Gotcha.
Let's see. Nope, they're darn near identical. Oh, one has an open bottom and one doesn't. So, all right. There's your differences. So one has an open bottom here with an opening, and one doesn't.
That was like, where's Waldo? Like, what might be different about these parts?
And no, that's incorrect as well. Because technically the way that they have it is that goes on the motor. Yep, it's a mirror thing. So that goes there. All right, there we go. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. They are mirrored because one part has an opening and one part doesn't have an opening, and that's equal to an assembly. There we go.
Gotcha.
There we go. See? I'm not that stupid. Well, I'm not smart, but I'm not that stupid.
I was struggling with it. I'm like, one of these things is not like the other.
So, yeah, you always have to watch out for that. That means that I want to put the open side down in order to make sure I get the reference frame correct. So open side down, there we go. That is my Z motor mount right there. Fine. I'll do it your way. You win this time, Gravity. All right, I got my two motors here. I got that. I am going to need some heat insets. I'm going to need some pulleys. I'm going to need some set screws. I'm going to need some alcohol. There we go. First and foremost, I'm going to take a motor. I'm going to put a pulley on that motor. I'm going to put some set screws in that motor.
What do you think about the belt system for the Z in place of the lead screw? I don't know. I mean, I get a lot of questions about belts on Z, and I don't even remember the first design I saw that was that way, but it's been a while. I mean, I've seen a couple of designs over the years go that direction, and I think it's cool. But now they're starting to come out with more clever ways to keep it in position, right? This one with that the whole keychain thing, that's pretty ingenious. But like I've seen some really slick geared boxes, you know, like a worm drive and things like that to keep it in place. So those designs are starting to come out more to make it more feasible, which is pretty neat to see.
Now, I saw a neat solution by a former company that shall not be named that at the time, I'll admit it, was pretty inventive.
Mm-hmm.
Did you know that if you take a stepper motor and if you cross the coils in it, that the motor will lock?
Yes.
So what if you had a relay board that sat in there, and when the machine powered on, the relays would put the orientation of the wiring to the motors in the correct fashion, but as soon as power was disabled, the relays would close and lock it in place.
Wow, that is pretty slick.
It's a very smart little way to handle the problem. because
Yeah.
there's no software to deal with. It's not really mechanical.
Right.
I was like,
No, I never heard of that one. That's cool.
I thought that was a smart way to handle the problem. Just a couple of relays just to toggle it on and off.
Yeah, I've had a couple of machines over the years with belted Z, but it was always just kind of hope and pray that it worked. So I mean, like the second you turned it off, the bed would just slam to the bottom. You know, it was that the designs weren't great, but there's a lot cooler ones out there now. That's for sure.
Yeah, it makes the auto recovery feature pointless.
Right. Yeah, that's not going to help you much. But and I was talking with somebody about it not too long ago. 4-start lead screws. If you got a drop bed printer, you're kind of out of luck there too. I mean,
Yep.
They're pretty easy to backfeed.
So yeah, you'd have to do a 4-start lead screw, and then you'd have to do a backlash nut.
Yeah.
And then maybe a counterweight, but the counterweight is that'll never be good because depends on how heavy the object you're printing is. That could definitely affect you.
Yeah, that you would have to use your smarts on that design to figure that one out. You are starting to see though that single start and dual start screws are becoming more common, which you could almost never find them at one time.
Mm-hmm.
So that helps.
I have a collection of single start and dual start screws at printedsolid.com.
I'll bet you do.
But yeah, it is kind of interesting. It's kind of funny because people get retentive about it, but I kind of like single start screws for CNC. I will admit it.
Yeah.
Less resistance, I find. You get a little more lash in it, but you get less resistance, so you don't need as much force to get through everything.
Yeah. The thing I hear the most about, because I was using single starts on a few different projects for a while, just playing around to see if it made any difference here and there, and different stepper drivers and all that good stuff, just for fun. And the biggest complaint I got is people weren't patient enough for a single start. It takes too long for the Z to return. I get it. It takes a while.
But yeah, you start doing a router or a laser, you really shouldn't be moving that fast anyways.
Yeah.
Well, heck, laser, you shouldn't even be using a lead screw. Lasers still need to be belt.
That's funny. So on the manual, they don't show the open end on the X mount. They show it just like the Z, only it's mirrored, but they show it just like the Z.
Well, the Z, if you look at where it's on the motor. So let me go to the X. So the X mount, it does show the open end on it.
You're right.
It's
You're
there.
right. Yep. Now I get you. Gotcha.
It's there.
Yep. Now I see it. Okay. Cool.
And now we know.
Now we know. That's why we do things.
That's right. And just imagine if we were doing this separately, it'd just be all sorts of screw ups and entertainment for everyone. But since we're doing it together, we learn together.
Doing it separately, that's my usual way. Just fumbling around trying to make things work.
We're failing at the same rate.
That's right.
Which makes it no fun for people watching us that that kind of watch us like people that watch fail videos on YouTube or dash cam videos. Those are always fun to watch.
What was that stuff? It was like mid 90s, maybe early 90s. What were those movies called where it was just a string of horrific things over and over and over?
Final Destination?
Maybe that was it. Now I'm trying to think, because you know, when I was a kid, my friends was, "Oh, I've seen that. It's the scariest thing I've ever seen." Or what, you know? And they were really just really dumb. But what was that?
I missed the Final Destination series. That was the one where like death was out to kill everyone with
Right,
stupid ways.
Faces of Death. Somebody in the chat.
Oh, Faces of Death. There you go.
That's what it was. Those were so dumb.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
But hold on, Final Destination movies. Those were like the ultimate stupid movies of the time.
Yeah.
I'll admit that was my guilty pleasure, like that whole series. And then they kind of stopped making those. And now my favorite stupid series of movies are the Purge movies.
Oh yes, you got to watch a Purge movie now and then.
It's a fun plot device. I mean, you aren't watching it for Academy Award winning, performances or anything like that. And you're not watching it for the writing. You're just kind of going, yeah, it could get that way.
You're just planning for the future.
It's not entertainment. It's research.
It's research. There you go.
There we go. All right, I like clearing those out so it's all nice. All right, so I got my stepper motor. Gonna go that way. I'm gonna put the hollow side down, and it's gonna be that orientation, so it's gonna be just like that. And then there is a 340.
Now, on your motors, did you get the ones with the plug, or are they wired direct?
They're plugged.
Okay, mine too. I feel like we're actually doing something now.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I feel somewhat productive, and that's just not right.
That's not what I do on Saturday.
Saturday is usually my bookkeeping day.
Oh boy.
So I sit there and I start running through receipts and transactions and preparing for the tax man.
Yeah. I should do more of that, but I don't.
Well, don't forget is that when you run a store, now every transaction is something the tax man looks at. So
Yeah.
every time you buy something, it's like, I have a separate record for that I got to deal with. And as a shipping company, that makes it even worse for me.
I'll bet.
Because of every state. Yay, fun times.
Yeah, not my favorite part of anything. The paperwork.
Yeah. Yay, tax law.
Yeah, no one ever said that ever.
Yeah, my accountant looks at me every year and goes, dude, seriously. He looks at my QuickBooks every year and just sits there and goes, dude, come on. You know better. And I'm like, what?
That was a business dinner and you know it.
Yes, but her name was Sapphire and I should not be on the invoice. No, it's more of the standpoint of I oversimplify everything on my reports. I'm like, I either bought it to resell or I bought it as office supplies.
Yeah.
So it's a very narrow category. If I was a little more intuitive or a little more aggressive about it, elaborate and creative, I could definitely get more. As it were.
That's my problem. It like my accountant, she tells me, okay, break it out into these categories. I'm like, okay, half of it's tools, half of it's material. I'm done.
Yep.
You know, I don't like spending a lot of time on that kind of stuff.
It's like I just want to pay my taxes and move on.
Yeah, let's
Or,
move on.
I just don't want to have to be audited.
Yeah, please don't, no audits, please.
It's just not worth it. Not because I think they'll find anything, but just because if you ever go through an audit, oh my God. Get ready for 3 months of wasting your life.
Yeah, just because it's a real pain.
It's a process. I feel like there's something I'm missing here. Ah, okay, I see. The screws are countersunk a little bit, and the head's catching on the sidewalls of my print. The ABS shrunk too much.
Ah.
So I need to screw out the top a little bit so that it'll tap all the way down. I was wondering why it was like not going in the hole. Just clear out the holes.
That's right.
All right, now let's see. Those all sit in nice and flush. That's pretty. That's how it's supposed to be. You know how you get those stress marks on ABS sometimes on where it printed on the build plate and you pull out the print?
Yep.
I learned recently, and I feel like an idiot not knowing it now. Did you know if you take the part and just put it on a warm bed for about 5 minutes that it gets rid of those stress marks?
Oh, really?
Yeah. So just take if you got a print that's just got a lot of white, scar marks or anything on it, just go ahead and throw that sucker back in your printer and just set it on a warm bed and the scar marks will go away.
I've never tried that.
And now you know.
No. I've learned all kinds of stuff today. Joel Driver's asking about. I'm liking the build. The build is good. Thanks for asking. I think the build's good. Instructions are good. Parts have been good. The LDO kit has a lot of nice stuff in it, and I like the way it looks. So, 2 thumbs up so far.
I think he secretly likes it because he gets to do it with me. But
right,
that's
exactly.
just my ego.
Building with friends is always better. And Joel was asking what plastic. Dave is being good and using ABS, and I am using printed solid PETG, who is not sponsoring this build when they actually did. No, yes, I'm going to try it with PETG just to see how it goes. More of an experiment than anything. Plus, Dave's making it now, so we got to use it.
That's right. Promo.
We got to support the family business.
It's like, how expensive dog food's getting?
Yeah, no kidding.
And since I am here, I am just going to go cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and I'm going to build the X motor at the same time. And then install them, even though the instruction says otherwise. That's right, I'm a rebel.
That's right.
I'm a rebel, Dottie.
shit.
There's some new Marvel movie that was released like Friday, wasn't there? It's like on the Disney streaming or whatever.
I never leave the basement, so I have no idea what's going on in the real world.
So everyone that's watching us instead has either already watched it or just really hates Marvel, and I can kind of get both.
Well,
I
there's
haven't
just
watched.
so many.
I haven't watched it yet.
What is the new one that's out?
I don't even want to try and pronounce the name because I know I'll butcher it.
Okay.
It's up on Disney Plus. I forgot what it's called. Started with an S. But and then there's also the Eternals, which is out in theaters. And I'll be honest with you, I still have not gotten to the point that I'm willing to go to a theater yet.
Yeah.
Maybe someday soon, but I just haven't gotten there yet. All right, that's working. That's beautiful. That's the most beautiful thing that's ever been built in the world. All right.
Take that, Mona Lisa.
That's right. Mona Lisa can suck it. I think we're having too much fun with this.
I'm enjoying myself.
I'm going to clean out my slots. To make adjusting them later easier. Because I really didn't clean up my parts very much.
I have yet to clean out anything, so I'm pretty happy with that.
I did giant plates for all my prints. I was like, here's a 2-day print. Let's just let that go.
Yeah. I did mine in like other than the skirts, I did mine in like 4 batches, I think.
Nice.
I don't know. That was like a week ago, so I don't remember what actually happened.
It's like, I did something. I remember I did something.
I printed something or, whatever.
All right. Now we get to bring the printer back up. Look at that. That hot rod red is just so hot. I want to go to a picture because I can't remember if the motor's on the front or the back. It's on the front.
'Tis on the front.
So I just want to make sure that I'm not nuts. Well, I'm nuts, but not crazy. So that'll go there. That'll go there.
I got a funny story earlier this week. I think it was like on Thursday, maybe Wednesday. I got a package in the mail from FedEx. I have no idea what it is. It's definitely from China. I mean, you can tell. It's been stamped a billion times. And I open it up, and it's a present. I guess like a holiday Christmas type present from Mingda 3D. And it says, "Thank you for all you've done for our company. We hope to continue working with you in the future." And it's like a nice little ceramic tea set. There's like 4 pieces in this really nice leather case. So
it's a business thing, and I always feel guilty because I never do that.
Yeah, but that's awful sweet of them. I mean, but I wasn't expecting that. So there you go.
That just means that you cleared some sort of financial threshold with them.
Probably.
Which is a good thing.
We had the last time we were showing being the printers on the channel, we had some interesting discussion back and forth, and all of that got resolved. It did, but I think now it's kind of a, hey, come back and we'll send you another printer. And I don't think I'll be doing that again. I don't know how many times you can punch yourself in the face, but I'm not doing it one more time.
All right. All right. Get these motors mounted. I don't know if I like the wires pointing up.
Yeah, I was wondering about that too. That's how they say to put it, but I would almost think.
Oh, you know what? They have to do
side.
that. They have to do that because you can't really come out the side or you'd interfere with the plate because it stick too far, and you can't come out the other side or it'd interfere with the panels.
Gotcha. I keep forgetting there's going to be panels on this too.
Wait, I want to set the tension on this so that when I run the belt, I can tension it later. But you see, sometimes they do pretty decent tensioners. You see on this, it's not that bad of a tensioner.
Yeah, no, that's pretty nice. I like that.
That's why I was surprised on the why that there wasn't a tensioner, because I mean, it's, oops, shit. Oop,
Yeah, I think that's been the only tricky part so far was getting that belt just right.
Yeah, that Y part. Sorry, I dropped my motor and I thought, oh no, I probably cracked the plastic. Nope, it's all good. All right.
No, the printer didn't catch fire. It was completely made out of injection molded plastic, and you know, I guess there's a way to do that where it might work. I don't know. I don't know of one, but I'm not a printer designer either. But and I just said that plainly. That's all I did. Yeah, it is completely plastic, you know. And there weren't any other words said. I did my thing. I printed a benchy. It worked. Move on. You know, we're next. and they were very concerned about that live stream. And
about the verbiage.
Yeah, and I guess it was just one person at the company that, you know, that kind of went rogue, and it got resolved. But yeah, it was quite the debacle there for a couple of days.
That's why, yeah, I mean, I'll admit it, as a business and all that stuff, when you get the YouTubers and reviewers and all that done with, it becomes it's a very delicate problem, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
To deal with.
Yep.
Mainly because, how should I put it? You know, is that, yes, you know, I want to know everything, but I have to give a lot of freedom when they're doing my products, because it's not an honest review. And in all honesty, then if I don't give that freedom to them, then their reviews become less valuable.
Right.
It's a tough kind of middle ground you have to figure out. So what I always try to do with reviewers is I say, do your video, and then do me a favor and let me watch it an hour before you release it, just so that I have something to answer questions to.
Yeah.
Because that's usually when the emails and support tickets start piling in. So I usually like to be like, okay, here's what they're going to ask about.
Yeah.
And
well,
then
that would be nice to have the courtesy, but you know, I don't see you guys asking anybody to say certain things either.
No,
you know?
no, I try really hard to make it so that I don't have the opportunity to.
Yeah.
I think that's the better way to do things. It makes it so that the review is more valuable, in my honest opinion, which is important. Because if the review has been paid for, or skewed, or controlled, or edited by the end user, or by the sponsor, it's not a review, it's a commercial.
Well, that's the problem from my side, right? Is there's a lot of commercial content out there, and then when I say something that isn't quite the same, people are like, "But so and so said," like, well,
You can't sit there and be like, well, so and so's getting paid.
well, yeah, I can't say that. I have to be very diplomatic.
It's a delicate situation.
It is.
And I've been there, and I've seen the money transaction, and I've seen the contracts from certain people or different people that I'm sitting there going, really? You're making them sign that before they do a review?
Yeah.
That ain't right.
Yeah, that scares me.
Anything, if you have to sign anything before you do a review, I just walk away. Has been my honest opinion.
No, I can't do that.
It's just not right.
I honestly, I really don't look forward to doing any kind of reviews again. I mean, just the nature of the business, I will eventually have to do something like that. But now I'm in the mode of, okay, send it. If I like it, I'll use it in a project and talk about it a bit. But I don't want to review it. I'll say, well, it's good at this, it's bad at that for what I'm doing. But if I can't work it into something, it's no good to me, because I need content, right? So I really don't enjoy reviewing things anymore.
It's no fun when it's controlled.
Yeah, it's too big a headache. There's more than enough stuff that we could do that we don't have to review things all the time.
All right. And there's those plates. Those are M510s. I need to clear out those holes a little bit. I like clearing the holes even when I don't have to clear the holes.
What we got? M3 or M5 by 30. Where'd it go? There. Yes, I think Dave has a cricket in his shop. It's singing for us.
Yeah. I think I heard that earlier.
I get a few down here too, and it's very annoying when you're trying to make a video and the crickets.
And just remember, the only reason why they make that sound is because they're trying to make a booty call right now.
Yeah, think about that.
Just think about that. All they're doing is just sitting there, and just imagine this. They're just kind of sitting there in public and screaming for everyone to hear, "Have sex with me." That's all they're doing right now.
What a lovely thought.
And all the ladies going by and going, nope. And you might kind of go out there and hug the cricket and go, it's okay. I understand. I'm with you there, buddy.
It's okay. Did you, somebody said that somebody's kidding about Prusa Mark IV, but did you see that automated lab that the Prusa revealed out there in Dubai? That thing's crazy.
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah.
You know, kudos on them for the developing it.
Yeah.
Now I just, find the customers for it, right?
Right. All right.
All right, I'll let that live. And, being in that corporate enterprise world, I fully expect them to be able to find the customers for it.
Yeah, I think they can. So here's my first problem. So I'm a little bit ahead of you, Dave, but here's the first problem I found that you're going to have with PETG is that the idlers for the X, they actually intend for you to screw them into the plastic. And the screw isn't long enough to put a nut on.
Are you sure about that?
Well,
Because here's my idlers, and the screw's coming out the bottom of that. Because it's an M540.
Or maybe I'm using the wrong hardware. M5. Let me see what you got going on here. So those are okay. So those are. So those are the ones on the top of the frame. I'm at the step after that. The ones that you've got setting over on the other side that actually go on the X carriage.
Okay.
And they tell you to use 30s. Now, I don't think it would hurt anything to have a little longer screw, but I haven't seen it assembled yet, so I'm not sure.
So what you're saying is that I need to speed the hell up.
Well, I'm not saying that, but
just implying it.
I do. I miss going to Murph and Earth and all that stuff and hanging out with all the folks. I have missed that. Hasn't been the same from home, that's for sure. So we'll see. We'll see what it looks like when you get there. The ABS, that might be necessary. Micro Center has CR30s on sale for $8.99. Sweet.
Well, Micro Center's never been a good place for expensive printers, so I bet you they probably just are kind of sitting on it. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So they're probably like, we got to clear that stuff out of here.
Yeah. The crowd demands a sacrifice of filament. Nice studio change. Thank you. Yeah, the studio change was welcome. It was needed because, the old one was so cluttered. There was so much stuff going on, but it does feel weird to work in here without, because there was just so much chaos in the background behind me, when you watch the video. Now when we're watching the videos to edit them to play back, it's like, man, it seems so boring in there.
It's like it's controlled.
Yeah.
All right, I'm just going to slide that in that way and deal with that separately.
All right.
There we go. And now slide that up. Slide that in. And that should go there. I think that is correct, right? No, I'm going to spin that around because that will make that sit more flush, which is what I think they want.
So what other cool build kits do you carry? I really haven't flipped through the catalog in a while.
So these are the only build kits that I carry. I mean, I'll be honest with you, our business is definitely, when it comes to the printers, is the more corporate enterprise printers.
Yeah.
Mainly because all the consumer printers, everyone sells direct and they don't want resellers or any of that type of stuff.
Yeah.
And Voron is one of the few that allows me into their fold. And so I try to take care of them for that reason. As more people get into it, as there's more opportunities for it, I will carry more projects, but kind of have to hit them one at a time.
Yep.
So consumer printers, it's getting harder and harder to be a reseller and actually do them.
Yeah.
So I tend to focus on corporate, educational, the printers that really need the work. There we go.
Another question about when the 2.4 kit, LDO seems to LDO seems to have that in the works. So
they have it in the works. If I had to be honest with you, right now I would not realistically expect a 2.4 kit until March in your hands.
Gotcha.
If I had to be honest and fair, and that is including all the shipping and all those types of problems.
Good old shipping.
It's amazing how the boats are. So I'll tell you a humor of it, because my extrusion line had to, go on a ship.
Right.
When I got my second one, and I'm going to avoid being overly political, but we're going to say that there were taxes when I got the first one, but shipping wasn't a problem yet.
Yeah.
So we'll say that. Now, the taxes that I paid were about $20,000. I'll be frank with you.
Holy.
That was just the taxes.
Holy crap.
Just the taxes. Now, that's life, that's business, that's just the way the world works, right?
Yeah.
Now, the shipping for the container was about $5,000. That's pretty good if you think about it.
That's pretty good I would say, yeah.
Giant container all shipped all the way across the ocean. Then on the second extrusion line, the taxes were about $5,000, and the shipping was about $20,000.
Oh, man, you got beat up both times.
So I didn't save. I spent the same amount of money, just in different places. I just couldn't win, man.
Ouch.
So that I found very humorous in this situation. So the money just went to different places.
Well, wasn't that the deal you were telling me about? Like, they would bring the container, but you had to get it unloaded in like record time or something, so they could take it back. Or
yes.
Yeah.
So when you get a container, you end up with they have a very specific amount of time they allow it to sit in your driveway.
Gotcha.
Which is kind of funny. And they go, you're allowed this, and after that we start charging you. So I have to get everyone to hurry and come out there and unload this entire container, like practically, record time.
Right.
And then prepare the container and get the container all cleaned up and ready to return. to the person. Now, I thankfully got it during the very beginning of the whole debacle that's going on right now.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem is a lot of the trucks. So if you can't get a truck to pick up your trailer, there's a dunnage fee that you have to pay at the port for every day. It's kind of like rent.
Yeah.
It sits there at the port waiting for you. And so I got stuck with about a week of that, waiting on a container to actually come in, or a truck to become free to go pick it up. So,
Well,
and
sounds
you
like a
know,
lot of
there's nothing
fun.
worse when you get a toy that's just sitting there in a trailer, and you're like, I want it.
Yeah, that would be kind of miserable.
You know, but what makes it, I'll tell you what makes it really miserable when you think about it, is that, you know, it takes them a couple of months to build the machinery after you get them the specs and how you want to set everything up. It takes them a couple of months to build it. Then it takes a couple of months to ship to you, as it were.
Yeah.
And then it takes then it takes all that time to clear customs and all that stuff. And they make you pay in advance.
Yeah.
So, you know, I get those extrusion lines and I will literally be sitting there with all that money tied up. All that money tied up in that extrusion line. Just bare, you know, for darn near 9 months.
Wow.
It's tough.
Yeah, that would make me nervous. That's for sure.
Well, it's tough because you know you can't spend the money on anything else, and it's not bringing money in.
Right. Oh wait, I might have just solved my own problem. I was using the wrong plastic part.
Well, there's your problem.
There's your problem. You know, that's one. Every time somebody says that, I always think of Mythbusters, and that is one show that I really miss. I loved that show.
That was a good show.
Yeah, it's totally fine. PHEG, back on the board again.
I knew a couple of people that worked on that show. I'm still friends with several of them. And
Really?
it wasn't uncommon for the producers to call me up on certain subject matters
Oh,
and
cool.
go, hey, we're going to do this. What do I need to know? And it's basically me sitting there for a good, you know, hour going, all right, listen, stop pointing lasers at your eyeballs. You know, that type of thing.
Right.
But I was friends with the safety officer. I still am good friends with the former safety officer. And so he always liked bringing me in because every single time I said something, I was just like, listen, if you do this, you're going to get sued. And he loved that. It's just like, he's watching out for you guys. Shut up.
Nobody likes the safety guy. He's no fun.
You know. But he was always good. I mean, he was safe. No one likes a safety guy until, you know, something breaks.
That's right. Until somebody's head comes off.
Yep.
Then the safety guy gets all judgy with the "I told you so."
You know, then he walks in and shuts down the set, and there's reports and inquisitions, and you ain't going nowhere for a while. But it was always kind of cool. And I knew those guys from the robot fighting days.
Yeah.
You know, back in my day.
Poor Grant Imahara. That was terrible that he passed.
Yeah. That was tough. He is a good guy.
He always seems so nice.
Surprisingly nice and surprisingly humble.
Yeah.
I mean, every time he let's put it this way, he very much would be like us if we all of a sudden became famous and had money.
Yeah.
He bought a Porsche, but he still kind of would go and hang out in the hang out at Micro Center.
Right. So that's a great segue to talk about something. There's so many subjects that come up that I always mean to talk to you about, and I don't want to like ping you all the time because I know you actually do work. But BattleBots. So how did you get into sponsoring BattleBots and Ray Billings?
Oh, okay.
How did that come about?
So here's how this works. There were several robot competitions out there in San Francisco and LA. That's just the way it is out there.
Mm-hmm.
And it was the heavyweights. And Ray, of course, is always there.
Right.
He's at all of them. You just kind of accept it. He's at all of them.
Yeah.
And I think I did this wrong.
No, I'm distracting you.
Oh, no, I'm just trying to figure out why they're different this way. Give me a second, because I got to focus and see if I know why it's doing what it's doing. All right, so if these are on opposing ends this way, I think I put it together backwards. I'm just trying to figure out how I did that. No, it looks right. And what the hell are they doing there? So that's like that. No, this is like this, right? Yeah, this will be fine. There's some weird divots, and then I wish they'd marked the parts a little bit better, but I think it'll be fine. All right, so back to what we were saying.
Yep.
So good old Ray Billings. He was just one of the many bot builders that are out there.
Right.
Now, this is one of the few sports where sportsmanship is more important than every other aspect of it. And most people in the sport go there to lose, and they fully expect to. You don't see that too much out there in the industry.
Right.
Or in any sports, where you're like, hey, I'm not going here to win, I'm just going here to have fun.
Right.
And actually mean it.
Yeah, people say that, right?
people say that, but no, they actually mean it. And yeah. Ray was always one of the really nice guys. In fact, he is the nicest bad guy you'll ever meet.
He's just so much fun to hate.
Yeah, I mean that's entirely his shtick, and I love it.
Yeah,
I love him for that. He is the most anti-jerk in the world.
Well, that's good to hear, though.
He is very loyal. He is very friendly. He helps everyone. And I say that because there's the other competitions that, you guys, the Combat Cups and the Robo Games and all the other smaller events that no one ever talks about.
Yeah.
Well, he does. And he still goes to those, and he usually takes bots to them, which is kind of funny. You see Ray Billings there with the 5-pound bot that he built.
Right.
When you're used to seeing him, with Tombstone.
Yeah.
That's just not his thing. But he goes to all this competition, but he also brings all the extra parts and all the extra machinery and everything else like that. So it was very common for him to bring his welding equipment to these events, just cool. To fix stuff in the middle.
Right.
And he would spend his spare time at these events, between bouts, because he kind of goes in the arena, fights, goes changes battery, and then sits there for 3 hours.
Yeah.
He was, he's just kind of that dominant, but he would spend his spare time going around and helping everyone fix their bots. He would bring over the parts and the tools and keep everyone still fighting.
Well, that's pretty cool.
And that was kind of the thing, you offer up your parts, and then after the show you settle up. You're just like, yeah, I gave you a $500 motor for that competition and you blew it up. Help me out. And they go, oh, no problem. I got another motorhome. I'll send it to you. Or no, here, have this instead. Or for $500, whatever works out.
Yeah.
No one ever cares. Everyone knows that they're just taken care of. Because if you look at it, in all honesty, if you do the math, ain't nobody making no money at combat robotics.
I can't imagine there's any money in it. Yeah.
You're $30,000 into building your bot, and first place gets, 10 grand.
Right.
So if you're doing the math on that, you're not exactly paying for your bot, even if you win. And all you're kind of hoping on is that you get enough sponsorships that you can at least cover your costs.
Right. So as a sponsor, do you at least get like some free tickets to the event every year or anything?
If I wanted to go, yes, they'd hook me up.
That's cool.
I wouldn't even need to be a sponsor. I've got so many friends in those circles.
Yeah.
That they'd just be like, dude, you don't need a ticket. Here, you want to come crew for me?
Nice.
And I could be in the pits
Now
immediately.
that would be a good time. I would love that.
That's just, those are the people. And it's hard. It is hard to find the jerk in those events. It is really hard.
I love the show because they're trying to make something that doesn't appear very dramatic as dramatic as possible, for TV.
Yep. Most people spend more time on their costumes than they do on their bots.
Oh, yeah, I would imagine.
I remember one year I was like, you know what? I need to take a year off because I spent too much on last year's bot for one event, and there was low attendance, and I felt bad because I was like, there's not going to be enough bots in that category. And so I had like a week to build a $15,000 bot.
Oh, man.
And so I just like went to work and made one real fast and kind of figured it all out. And I spent more money on the darn costumes than more time making that. And that bot was called Super Fluffy Pink Bunny from the Land of Candy and Rainbows. Very serious name. And it was painted pink with glitter. And I had welded a cockpit on the front that had a tiny little stuffed bunny rabbit in it.
Right.
And out of the, bulletproof polycarbonate shield that covered him, there were 2 holes drilled in it where his ears stuck out. So that's what you would see go around the arena the whole time.
Sounds amazing.
And so people made it their intention to kind of destroy the bunny. And where it got fun was, excuse me, I kind of lost early on. But, you always bring spares, and I brought spare bunnies.
There you go.
Backup bunnies to swap out. But I brought way too many because, I had to buy them in bulk. And so for the rest of the competition, everybody and their grandmother was sitting there. They'd take the bunnies and they'd strap it to the front of their bot and go fighting. It was absolutely funny.
That's awesome.
Loved it. So you would end up with this, and they just started strapping it, and you would just duct tape it to the front just to see the carnage in the arena. It was very entertaining.
Yeah, I'd like to get out there and see the event one of these days. I don't know, when, but.
Well, there's a robot fighting league. You should look it up because if you go online, you will see that the robot fighting league, there's usually beetle weights or ant weight events almost always near you.
Yeah.
And well, they're not at the scale of the big boys. They are just as exciting.
Yeah, it would still be fun. That's for sure.
You know.
We had
And
we did a chat. I don't remember what stream it was now, but we did a chat with the guys from Team Sub-Zero because 3D Mitch is on there.
nice.
Those
Yep.
guys are a lot of fun.
So this year I have I'm sponsoring Team Malice and Hardcore Robotics, which is Tombstone.
Cool.
So I got 2 bots, which is fun. So I'm excited about it. They all had their good times.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's over now, right?
Yep.
The actual event was sometime late summer or something like that.
Yep. So they had a good time. And now they just have to stay really, really quiet until it finally gets released.
Yeah, that's the problem.
You know.
Tell me something.
Just like, did I win? Was my sponsorship worth it? Does it help? What's the deal? Well, this year for Team Malice, I actually helped them out on their bot. I printed some TPU parts.
Oh, really?
So when you watch Team Malice this year and you see the, last year if you watched it, you would realize that they kept getting flipped on their end and stuck, standing vertical, and there was nothing they could do about it.
Yeah.
So what I did is, or what I helped them out with, is that this year I printed a tail for them so that they could never get stuck upright.
Cool.
And it was all printed out of TPU. And I hear that it worked well. And saved them a few times.
In chat, that is Scott. Scott lives close to me. He says there's a local First Robotics competitions. I'll have to look that up.
So First Robotics a little bit different, but that is just as cool.
Yeah.
First Robotics is the smart robots.
Right.
That's when people sit there and they actually have to put some intelligence in there, and they truly have to live up to being a robot. Combat robotics is, and people will hate me for saying this, combat robotics is more just like really expensive RC radio cars.
I was going to say it's really high-end RC cars.
Exactly.
But still fun.
So you have to kind of watch out for that. But First Robotics, there's some intelligence in it. It's pretty cool. I always like that. I always like the soccer at First Robotics events.
There's a small, like a mini maker fair in Kansas City. And I went to it. They didn't have it last year, of course, but I went to it a couple of years ago, and they had the first robotics team out there where they were putting the balls, like basketball, that stuff. That's really fun to watch. They also had power wheel racing, which I did not know was a thing.
Yes.
That's some crazy stuff right there.
It is not uncommon for the combat robotics guys to also do the power wheel racing. They use almost all the same parts.
Yeah, that stuff's nuts.
I knew this one couple that it was the husband's bot, but the wife would pit crew for him for the combat robotics, and then it was the wife's power wheel, and the husband would pit crew for her.
Nice. That's a good way to do it.
And you could literally see them at the same event where they were both be doing both things, and they're just running between them. Really nice. All right, I think I got my x-axis right-ish enough. So fingers crossed.
Cool.
I always manage to screw this up on Core XY. The bearing flip-flop thing.
Yeah.
I always manage to screw that up.
It's so easy to do. I completely understand. And honestly, I've just made some choices and went with it at this time. It looks right-ish.
It's like I think what I did is on the X block here.
Yeah.
I accidentally put the two recessed panels together on the same side.
Oh, okay.
It should have the same result.
Gotcha.
It should have the same result. Fingers crossed.
We will find out.
Yep. All right. Now I got all these Z-bearing blocks, and I got some heat insets to do again. Go figure.
I honestly, when I was printing this, I was just randomly. Dave sent me some rolls of plastic. I loaded them on 4 different machines and started throwing parts at them. I wasn't deciding which part went where, what color it was going to be. I just started printing, and I think it actually came out pretty well. I got a little bit of white, a little bit of black, some gray. I think it went pretty good.
All right. So I only need the 2 version of that as well for the drag chain. A few more heat insets.
Oh, I didn't think about that. There was one of these that only had 2 on it, wasn't there?
Yeah, there's a 2 and a 3.
Dope. And I put that one on with 3 on there. I forgot about that part.
See, this is why we build together.
That's right. That's right. Okay. Not a problem. I was so relieved that Jason, we were talking last night, and you were like, "Well, here's some of the LDO parts that are going to be different." I'm like, "Okay, I can handle that." And the first thing that I thought was, "Oh man, please tell me I don't have to print a drag chain." So I went over to the box, and as soon as we got off the phone, I went over to the box. I'm like, "Oh, thank God, there's drag chain in here." Because I totally missed it if that would have been the case, but thankfully I did not have to print one.
I'm done.
Yeah,
I'm out.
Nope, not doing this.
Nope, we're done. All right, so where does this go? So this looks like it goes on the side where that sucker was. And it is the pointy bit points inwards. And that's M330s, correct?
Yeah.
So that should go over here. M330s, that side. All right. That's the problem. I excuse me. I hate being constant pictures.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I find that that's a rough way to be.
It's a purple rainbow. That's true. They use a silly size chain, and it won't fit properly if not sized right.
Yep.
3D printed drag chains need to be canceled.
Clear out the holes. Come on. Get in there. One. Quick change drills, very annoying.
They certainly can be.
I always liked. I'm just a stickler for drilling out my stuff. I know you haven't been doing it, but I find that it makes every bolt go in cleaner.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the tolerance is pretty tight. I mean, on ABS, I could see that that would be a huge advantage.
Yeah. I just like the clean. Pretty much, I don't think I should try and wear on plastic if I don't have to.
Yeah. Well, and that's if you can say one good thing about ABS other than heat tolerance is it drills so nicely.
Yes. Completely agree with that.
No.
Now there's a material called Engine by Color Fab that I really like.
I have some of that actually. I haven't used it yet though.
It's a copolyester blend. You could technically call it a PETG, but that stuff sands and drills so beautifully.
Nice.
It's pretty much as close to PETG as you're going to get without actually sorry, as close to ABS you're going to get while being still technically a PETG.
Yeah, I need to bust some of that out and try it because that sounds like it could be really handy.
A lot of the droid builders really like it.
Right.
It's pretty robust for that. A lot of them really like it for that.
There's so many cool materials out there. I never have time to try them all.
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I'm doing the filaments now, so I'm quickly. Wait a minute. Is this? I hate when they don't zoom in enough. Okay. That's backwards, isn't it? That's backwards. It's hard to tell from some of these images.
It is. I agree.
All right, let's see if I can get this correct. So I got my two blocks here, and I got my one block for this side, but the way they have the picture is the motor is on the opposite side, so the hole should mount. Oh God, is this from the back of the frame? Yes, it is.
Well, now I gotta look. Maybe I did it wrong.
So that's the back of the frame, that's the front of the frame. So the small holes, so the horizontal slot faces towards the back.
Right. Yep.
All right. That means the side with the drag chain goes on the right if you're facing towards the front.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Is that what you got?
Yep, that's what I got.
Okay. The pictures, I'm just like, I'm assuming everything's from the front, and then they just randomly switch to, oh, here's a back view, extreme close-up.
Yeah, I've noticed that caught me earlier in the build.
It's an annoyance.
There we go. So we could ask you really hard questions for somebody that sells 3D printing parts. I won't do that to you. But nowadays, we won't talk about the olden days, but nowadays there's so many different parts companies and people making pretty high quality stuff. I mean, do you really even have like a favorite brand or type of component anymore? I mean, everything's just so good.
Well, everything's so good, but there's a personal choice that everyone makes.
Right.
If I came to you and I said, I really like the slice hot in and the duet control board, and I really want to have, Masumi rails,
Mm-hmm.
and LDO motors, they're, 2/3 of the rest of the 3D printing community would hate my guts and disown me.
Right. I don't want to get you into that situation.
So the short answer I like to always say to that is that everything is good enough, and everything is there's a lot of stuff that's good enough and high enough quality out there that it is very easy for people to choose a favorite and not be wrong.
Yeah, I think that's a good way of tackling that.
It's very easy for that. So, yeah, if you sit there and say, I love duet hardware, I won't sit there and say, oh, you're an idiot,
Right.
Go screw yourself.
Somebody would.
Somebody would. But there's no way I could say that to you and say you're wrong.
Right.
I just can't do that.
Yeah. Well, and unfortunately, I mean, it does come down to price, right? I mean, and I totally understand that.
Well, here's the thing. I know people that have more than enough money, in common sense, and they'll still buy the cheaper stuff, not to save money, but because they think it's better.
Yeah.
And then I know people that, struggle to get by, that will buy the expensive stuff because they think it's better.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see it be on both sides.
So that's the real problem we face.
Yeah. Chat, Steven, yes, just clear. He's drilling just to clear out some of the holes for the ABS. Dave has made all the builds an hour longer from here out.
How so?
What brand / company is best to work with as a reseller?
Ooh, what a good question. Whoever has the largest margins at the time. No. I know that's the dirty answer. That's the dirty answer. So that's a difficult one because there's multiple ways to evaluate that. One is how much they support me. 2 is how much they support the customer, and then 3, it's the money. Now, when it comes to control boards, I'm going to be honest with you, and here comes the hate. I am going to always stand behind Duet. I have never seen a control board company stand behind their product as much as Duet has. As an example. Now, hot ends. Well, E3D does take care of their people, and I'm not going to say bad things about them. The Dan and the Slice guys, my God, they take care of the customers. If there's a problem, they got it.
Yeah.
They really do. So they take care of it.
I can echo that as a customer. Those guys are all over it.
They don't roll with anything other than get it right and get it done.
Yep.
And I have to say I appreciate that in a company. So regardless of what anybody wants to say out there, I will say that about them. So yeah. Now LDO has been wonderful. They've been good. I've been very happy helping them and working with them.
Mm-hmm.
I can't complain too much about them. The only curse that I complain about on that is, they're all the way over in China and shipping is killing me.
Yeah.
My prices would be about 30% less if I didn't have to pay for shipping from China. And I would honestly rather have it that way. Quite literally, if my prices could be lower, they would be lower.
Well, get more sales that way, right? Volume.
Well, no, because you got to remember, I am the world's worst salesman.
I thought I was.
Okay. I'm the world's worst salesman. I would rather someone get taken care of and get what they want, yada yada yada, than actually make $1 million.
Yeah.
I don't need $1 million. I got a Kia Soul, and that is more than enough. Fancy car for me. I got a tiny little house with the dog. I'm set.
There you go. Oh, that was really loud. Sorry about that. I just set my heated bed down on my PSU.
Well, that's a problem.
It's never coming off. Viking Cat is asking, how much is a Duet? What is the entry level on Duet now? The Mini?
The Duet Mini is a really good entry board. It's not overkill. It's enough to do most of your printer stuff out there. I like it for that.
Yeah, it's well laid out. I like that Mini. It's a pretty cool little board.
And I will say this, at the end of the day, if you look at Duet and all that stuff, it is definitely overbuilt. Yeah. And you have to when you look at Duet, you have to appreciate Duet for that specific reason. Does that make sense?
Yep, absolutely.
You're buying it for being an overbuilt board, not because it'll just control your machine, but because it's a board meant to run.
Yep.
So that's why I'll say that about those guys. And honestly, with all the cheaper print boards coming out now, they're getting closer and closer in quality. I'm sure it's getting harder and harder for those guys.
Right.
But the company itself, I still think, is really impressive. And I'll say this: I don't carry Big Tree. They have asked me to carry them, but I don't carry Big Tree because they're a hard brand of support. Every other week they have a new model.
That they do.
And they have been known to release product with defects.
That's very true. Nobody can deny that.
And the problem is, if you didn't know as a reseller, is that most of the time when you get brands that release product with defects, it is not uncommon for them to, that's why it requires good companies. It's not uncommon for them to just be like, hey, guess what? Those 500 boards you just bought from me, good luck doing something with them.
That's just not right.
So I get saddled with 500 boards that I just have to toss in the trash. So it makes carrying something like, Big Tree difficult. It also means I have to kind of carry their any level of warranty or repair work.
Yeah, that's all you need is that headache, right?
Well, boards are easily the worst product to support.
I can only imagine.
Easily the worst product, if you didn't know. Because the amount of people that screw it up and then say it's not their fault, that it's obviously my fault because I should have told them that the board runs on DC power, not AC power. Yes, I have had that call.
You've told me about that before. I wanted to see how they hooked that up.
They just get really upset about it. They're like, how dare you? You should have told me that ahead of time. Nothing I can do about it. That's customers sometimes. So it's tough.
Yeah.
But that's why I like Duet. They will, even when the customers are wrong, Duet will still help out. I appreciate that from them.
Yeah, and honest, Duet, I've never had a problem with anything Duet. It's always been good stuff, but you got to pay for it. But Ultra Machine used to be that way. Those were good, solid boards, and their customer service was great. If you had a problem, they just swap it out.
Yep.
And I hate to see that they're kind of fading back, but they really didn't. They really didn't hang in there with the 32-bit craze.
Yeah, they lost some ground on 32-bit, which was a shame.
Yeah.
I even sent you a 32-bit board of theirs.
Yeah, I still got it, and it works just fine. It's just kind of old school.
It just never got matured.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. All right, I even got more insets to do. So many heat insets. I think Steve's still watching. He's the Voron guy, keeping an eye on me this whole stream, I'm sure.
Excellent. So LVO, do they intend to use sensorless homing on X and Y, I guess?
That would be my assumption, is that it would be both. And Z, actually. Well, Z would be probe in that case, but yeah.
Probe, yeah, because I don't see any in-stop switches or anything, so that's going to be my guess.
Yeah, I haven't seen any in-stop switches yet.
Yeah. Cool.
That's a good problem to have.
Yeah, that's the best thing about sensorless homing. Less wire to run.
Less to go wrong. If you can fix it with software, that's good.
Fix it with software. That's right.
It's almost as funny as in the film and television industry. We say fix it in post.
My wife actually does a lot of our video editing, almost all of it now, and I am always, I do the raw cuts, and just do all this stuff. And before I, stop the recording, where I was like, fix it in post. She loves that.
It gives you lots of cold nights in the bedroom, I'm sure.
I think it's hysterical. Nah, she does a good job with fixing a lot of the screw ups that I make, but I just think it's funny.
All right. I'd say so far the only thing I'm just not happy with is the tapping into plastic on some of these structural elements.
Yeah. Yep.
I'd say that's about it so far, though. I mean, that's not terrible. That's just me and my preference in life.
Well, if you're gonna do it, overdo it, right?
Exactly. You're going to build it this far, you might as well destroy yourself. All right. Let's get another heat inset. Keep on going. There we go. M316s. A lot of this is just go straight through the manual one part at a time and just screw up 6 times and then go back 4 pages.
There you go.
And then wash, rinse, repeat.
That's exactly what I did last night, just to kind of confirm I had all my parts. I just flipped page after page. I was like, yep, I got one of those. I got one of these.
It's like, I'm good. No, I'm not.
Nope. What is that? Why is this one exactly the same?
What's going on here?
What's going on? It's 12:30 at night. I really ought to get some sleep.
It's like, you're not wrong. you know. But yeah, that's the fun. No, I have the curse, and I have to give Dustin a little bit of credit here. He deals with most of our support questions, and that poor kid. Some of the questions he has to answer on a daily basis, I think it just destroys him emotionally.
Poor guy. I told him, he came to one of the chats. He was on one of the live streams one time. It's been a while ago, but I told him that you were threatening me that if I asked you any more questions, you were going to turn me over to Dustin. And and he's like, okay, but a lot of the times I have to watch your videos to find the right answer. I'm like, oh no, now we're both screwed.
I feel like I'm hitting a weird spot here. On page 55, I feel like I'm missing something. It looks right when I put the pieces together, but the stops from the other images looks weird to me. Oh, there we go. It's an orientation problem. Let's see. Yeah, it's an orientation problem. Okay.
Those are going to be kind of interesting to get that belt underneath and get it all tightened up, I think.
Yep. More issues.
Cool. Know where to get fasteners without having to buy a pack of 50 like McMaster's car? Well, that might be a great question for Dave. What's your go-to for buying things like fasteners?
McMaster car. No, I do have hardware kits for like 2.4 and stuff like that. But in all honesty, it's not going to be your first printer. It's not going to be your last printer. If you're kind of hardcore or semi-hardcore, moderately hardcore, the bolts, they're not like food. They don't go bad.
Yeah.
So buy it in the smallest bulk you can, and in all honesty, you'll use it eventually.
Yeah, most of the time, like if I need, well, I do buy in bulk because I do use a lot of it, but it's like just random kits like AliExpress, you can get like 50 at a time for a couple of dollars, but you gotta wait. Yep. And then Amazon has like multi kits. I don't know you get like M8, M3, 8 through 20 or something like that for $15, $20. Those aren't bad either. So, but yeah, it's hard just to buy a handful of hardware someplace. And I know that is a struggle sometimes.
And you pay a premium for that, and you pay a premium for sets.
Yeah.
So you'd be surprised how often, you sit there and go, you know what? I just need every size M3 in the world.
Yep.
And I think I sat down at one point and just gave up and went to McMaster Car, and I spent about $1,500 one night, and I bought every single size.
Yep.
One box of every size, and I just made a couple of big bin organizers. And it lasts forever. You rarely have to refill.
Yeah, there's a couple of like I always run through M3 by 10s because I think the floor eats most of them. But it always seems like I'm out of 10, so I get those. But yeah, just a few sizes that I've ever ran out of.
Yeah, most M3s, anything for M3 6 up to I'd probably say 40.
Yep.
Those all exist, and they all are in our industry.
There you go. Steph wants to know how big the printed solid team is.
Well, let's see. I wear a 3XL. I'm not sure what size Dustin is. No. In total, we are 7 people strong here. We give the illusion we're bigger. And that's just, good business. No. So no, we're 7 people strong here, spread across 2 buildings, about 10,000 square feet, give or take. And we ship on average 100 to 200 boxes a day.
Nice. That's pretty good. I didn't realize it was you had so much throughput. That's pretty good.
So now what makes it really good is that it's almost always the same person that does it.
Yes.
So when you get your shipment, it was probably packed by a guy named Jeremy. And that man can hit 100 boxes a day without even flinching.
Nice.
And our saving grace is that he is an early morning person. So it is not uncommon for him to come here at 6 a.m., which is about when I'm going to sleep. So I can see him on the security cameras coming into work. And then I'm like, oh, it's time to bread. And then do that. And then, wake up about 4 hours later, come in, and he's almost done.
That's one thing I have to hand to Brent Solid. I mean, you guys do a lot of things well, but your shipping is no joke. You guys get that stuff turned around fast.
We try real hard. Our official, marketing tagline is, anything in by noon goes out same day. There's always exceptions and there's problems, but for the most part, unless there's an issue, it goes out same day. Usually Voron panel sets require an extra day, just because we make those on order. People tend to forget that, the on order side of things.
Yeah.
Because I will say this about the Voron guys. They change their mind way too often. I'm sorry, they do. So I can't really stockpile stuff. Everything's a risk because they change their mind real fast. And it's tough for me to keep up. So if I sat there and I made 500, panel sets for Voron 2.4, there's a real good chance that the next day they'd be announcing Voron 2.5.
They do it just to spite you.
They'd just be like, you know what? We haven't gotten David on his toes recently. Let's go.
You're that Dave guy. We'll fix him.
That Dave guy, he keeps posting way too many memes in our Discord. How do we get back at him?
I don't even know what this one means.
So that's the challenge. That's the real challenge there. But that's kind of why we do it on demand. It's just so that we can have it that fast. And the files just sit there on the machine, and they come in. My guys come in the morning, and they go, "All right, what are we cutting?" Well, I need 6 of these, and 8 of these, and 12 of those, and then they do it. And then they walk them across the parking lot. So I keep all of the lasers and cutting, all that stuff is in a separate building. And as I like to say it, that's the building that's likely to catch fire. So keep that stuff over there.
Keep that one separate.
And then the main building is that's where my office is. That's where the liquor is. So I need to make sure that doesn't catch fire.
Gotta save the goods. Somebody's asking about new building in use. So I know you had the 2 buildings, but you knocked one down, right? And then you were gonna rebuild or something?
Yeah. So there's a new building that's being built. We have an option for it, and I'm looking at the business and evaluating if I need it or not.
Yeah.
And so if I need it, then I'll grab it. But, rents being what they are, If I don't absolutely need it, I can't waste the money on it.
Gotta get the new building for when I need my new office.
Yeah,
so I have to spread out.
Yeah, you need to have room.
That's right.
Room to spread yourself out.
I see that table you guys have, like in the shipping area, right there by the door, where the candy station, like what I like to call it. If I worked for you, I could just see me and Tony sitting at that table all day, just like, what do you want to do? I don't know. What do you want to do?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, that's exactly what's gonna happen. I don't know. Where's Dave? I don't know.
He's over there drinking. Oh, all right.
He's over there drinking because of us.
Anything else makes sense. So, but yeah. So that's my only curse right now. Is I'm contemplating the building. I keep looking at it, going, maybe, maybe not. Hey, that's a waste of money. Hey, you know what? I want it, and hey, it's nice over there. I have a nice office.
It's true.
It's a problem. It's a problem of me sitting there and going, do I just do it because I want a good office? I am still at that humble phase of business ownership where it's my office isn't exactly a palace. I mean, it's nice. I can go in there and sleep all day. It's great. It's got chairs so people can come in and sit down, but no window.
That's true. You need a window.
No wet bar.
Oh, they do have a little in-stop switch. It's in the probe bag, so they do want you to put one on X.
See? That's why we do this.
Now you know.
So people can discover with us.
All right. Jordan says, Dave, any comment on the stickers getting smaller? Are the stickers getting smaller?
Well, they shrink in the wash.
Stop taking them in the bath with you. I know you like them, but come on.
I don't think they're getting smaller. I mean, we haven't changed the sizes in 3 years. Now, we do have 5 variations of stickers that we switch between. And some are bigger and smaller, so you might be just seeing different stickers. But they are technically the same cubic inches of each other. Man, I am having a hard time getting this one nut to get on that slot. That should have been a heat inset. If you're going to go heat inset, go all in.
That's right. Once you go heat inset,
you have committed.
That's right.
All right, I'm going to try an old. Is there something stuck in that hole that I can't see?
But I always do these streams, and sometimes, they last. I think my record was like 13 hours in one day or something. I don't remember. Maybe 9 hours. I don't remember how long it was. It was a long time ago. But I'm always amazed. I do these things, and people hang out and watch the whole thing. It's like there's still 140 people that at least have this up on their computer or phone. And
they're somewhat entertained by us. I'm just reminded of an old song from a musical called Avenue Q. There's life outside your apartment. So, you want to go out and have a good time, it's okay.
Yeah. But how quality could it be when you could be watching us do this, right?
That's right.
Probably not that great.
It's cold out there now.
Right.
If we were doing this in June, sure, I could understand.
Right. That's one thing about the remodel. I did all the subfloor and everything. It is just so much nicer to stand down here without freezing your feet.
Get a little bit of warmth in there. Finally,
Yeah.
okay, I got the nut in. Okay, let's see. I'm taking my sweet time on this one, apparently.
No problem.
That means you're probably lapping me at this point, but that is fine. All right, M312s go into the backside. And I guess they tap into plastic for some reason.
Some of us are running errands and listening. Well, that's fine.
Dude, Aaron's going to get tired. Stop running after him.
Jokes, I get it.
Thank you. I'm here all day. Try the veal.
I'm here all day. 2 shows after 5.
All right. Keep going. Stay organized, David. Don't rush here. So I need M312s. Where did the 312s go? There we go. Socket head. I always have to, talk to myself and be like, "You're good. You're good. You're good."
Most of my dialogue is like, if I was such and such, where would I be?
Well, see, my approach to building anything is I try really hard to think about the person that built it originally and been like, how they would have done it.
Yeah.
And sometimes you get into a build where you're just sitting there and you're staring at it and going, no, they shouldn't have done it this way. And then the other half of the time you're going, well, I understand why they did it. It's just wrong.
Most of the time it's like, what? What? I don't even get it.
It's like, how much crack do you have to smoke to think that way?
What did you do?
How many times did your mother drop you? But no, so far not bad. All right. That means we did miss the micro switch. The micro switch, where was that? Where'd you find that one?
In the bag with the probe. Toolhead PCB cables.
Ah, there it is. Ah, sexy wires. Ah, there it is. So I guess there is a micro switch. Our first micro switch. Oh well.
I'm trying to picture in my head how this belt routes.
Well, it's like Core XY, but different.
But different.
It's like Core XY if you dropped it on its side.
Do it like this, only better. do it like this. Okay. So if we...
And those get M2 by 10 self-tappings. Those are the little ones. Where the hell are those?
We got the back one.
All right.
This goes like that.
You're getting ahead of me. You're flying.
I'm still enamored by this belt routing, so it's going to take a minute.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, there's definitely a chance. It's a pretty interesting looking contraption. You got purple, black, and gray, and with the chrome of the linear rail. It's kind of neat looking.
Nice. I will say this. I mean, yeah, we're acting like we're a little confused on certain things. It's not a hard build. It's just you have to focus build.
Yeah, well, it's a little different animal. You know, it's just a little different. Alan, can you ask Dave if he's ever going to carry 355 flex plates? I need a spare from my tank and Voron 2.4. 355 is a big dude.
The answer is 255. That's not terrible.
355.
Oh, that's a hard size. 300 by 300 would be the largest I ever get at this point in time in life.
Gotcha.
Primarily because I have tried to get bigger, and my flex plate guy can't do it. He just says machinery can't get that big. I did rail core plates, and unfortunately that was like his limit. And there was a high failure rate, which always sucks.
You never want high failure rates.
Well, it's just a boatload of time that I waste having to sit there and sort through it and just be like, here we go.
Yeah.
All right, so did you do your probe yet?
Yes.
So, because I get to tell you screwed up somewhere, if you go back to the LDO page.
Okay.
And scroll down to the probe section. Did you remember the tape?
No. Was that in the wiring guide?
Yes.
No, I did not remember the tape.
See?
Should have been paying attention.
I just had to. I waited until you got past that, so I had a chance to catch up.
He got me.
You know, that's the manipulative side of David Randolph.
You all saw that. He did that on purpose.
Whoa.
Andrew Rogers, are we at full send yet? Not quite full send yet.
I'm here to ruin your day.
So remember your insulation tape, kids.
Insulate yourself from the horrors. Buy your insulation tape today at printissolid.com. No, I don't actually sell this tape, but when I have the Switchwire kit, you can buy the full Switchwire kit to get the 6 inches of tape. Please go right ahead. I am fine with that. I encourage that.
Wow, what a deal.
Act now and I'll throw in a set of steak knives.
It's like those 80s kid commercials. Like where the wacky wall walker. Whoa, look at it walk down the wall. Look at that tape. From Whammo.
Such a 90s name for a company too, you know what I mean?
Isn't it though?
That is about as 90s as it gets right there.
All right, tape has been successfully applied.
Mm-hmm. That's what all the kids say.
Right.
All right, and there's the probe, and the probe is held in by M320s. I feel, and then that little nut on the front. Okay, those are M370 socket heads.
Yeah, on mine I had to do the I had to do 25s for the LDO probe, I believe.
Was that because of the length?
Yeah, because the probe was wider, I guess.
All right.
Yeah, this is definitely a 25. Maybe a 30. Nope, it's a 25.
All right, I'll pull out some of the 25s. That size I do have plenty of extra of.
I think, yeah. Yep, it's a 25.
No, I mean, yeah, okay, I can see why you did the M320s, 25s.
Is the kit going to be available without the Raspberry Pi? Because he's running Linux.
So no, they'll all come with Raspberry Pis. That's just kind of part of it. But I mean, it's a 3B Pi, so it's not the major component of it. And that's the problem. I can't do too much modifications of these kits, or all of a sudden I end up, I'm custom designing printers for everybody.
Yeah, everything becomes custom, right?
And just the sheer software and manpower it would take to set that up gets crazy. And every single time there's a custom thing, poor Dustin has to sit there and deal with it. And so I considered a marginal cost difference. Just go, oh, it's an extra 3B. I'll give that to my cousin.
All right. This.
All right, let's get this. All right, so collectively we've decided that they were missing one Allen wrench so far. Got to be careful with your, you're going to be tapping into plastic in a lot of places.
Yep.
And you should be using M325s for the probe. That is collectively what we're agreeing on at this point.
Roger that.
Roger, Roger.
What's your vector, Victor?
Yes, the good old days of when entertainment was funny.
You know what? I should probably pay attention to my tensioner and make sure that I leave a little room to actually tension it up.
M3/8s. There we go. Get our M3/8s going here. We are having fun.
That's right.
You kids and your wacky toys. Your
Oh,
wacky,
yeah.
wavy, inflatable man, tool man, arm man. Set this to the side here. Set the little fake carriage to the side. bring up my Tony Stark again. Hello, Tony Stark. Welcome to the party.
So, now the canned questions I have to ask everyone: is Die Hard a Christmas movie or not?
Yes.
I believe it is as well.
Anyone that says otherwise is wrong.
You are wrong.
You are wrong, and I should not shop at my place anymore. Go to Matter Hackers.
You actually said that out loud. Wow. I'm impressed.
That's right. I just did that because I want to see what the chat does. Watch everyone scream.
What?
Oh my God, you've offended me. But here's what'll really blow your mind. Die Hard 2 is also a Christmas movie.
Yeah, it is. You know, Die Hard 2 is the one that I've watched the least. That's the
worst one too.
The airport and
it was a failure.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't the best one. But the third one is amazing.
The third one was good.
Yeah.
And that's only because it had Samuel L. Jackson in it.
Yeah, well, Sam Jackson makes everything better, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, he made Snakes on a Plane better.
Yeah, I mean, come on.
I mean, he made it tolerable as a bad movie.
That's so bad. That's just a horrible idea. You know what we should do? We should make this movie. Everyone's on a plane. Nothing's wrong until there are snakes. $1 million idea.
And mayhem.
That's right. In one world, there were snakes.
In a world with snakes on a plane. That's pretty much, yeah. Now also, Samuel Jackson, come on. He's the only guy with a purple lightsaber.
It's true.
And he deserves it.
All right, so there's that.
I think we're getting fairly close as far as mechanical.
I'm gonna have to decide. Oh yeah, okay. This goes through here. Sharknado is a worse thought than Snakes on a Plane. I don't know. I mean, it's pretty bad. I give it that. But worse than Snakes on a Plane? I'm not sure.
Well, let's not forget that Snakes on a Plane didn't get a sequel.
Well, there is that. You got me on that one.
Sharknado got like 12. And you can tell it's a horrible movie by one very, very simple fact. Somehow, Jared from Subway was the spokesperson for that movie.
Oh my gosh. That I didn't know that, but now yes, that's the worst movie ever. Okay.
Now I'm just saying.
I believe I was supposed to.
All right, I believe I did something wrong. Because the belt path looks wrong now. I think I know where I screwed up, and we mentioned it earlier. But let me go back and make sure I'm not insane. Well, I'm insane, but I just want to make sure I'm not doing it wrong. So, yeah. I built my x-axis wrong. And it took me building the rest of it to figure that out. But that's okay.
What, are the idlers backwards or something?
Yeah. I thought I screwed that up, but I wasn't sure. And then I thought I got it right, but I wasn't sure. And now I know that I'm sure I'm wrong.
I vote for Die Hard.
Nice 3DP. Thanks for the $2. His vote's Die Hard 3. I'm with you. Die Hard is one of those movies, the first one and the third one, which some of there's like 6 of them now, right? Or something. The one about the hacker wasn't too bad. I think that was like the 4th or 5th one.
Yeah.
That was okay.
I remember that.
But 1 and 3, that's one of those movies that if it's on, I'll just leave it on. You know,
I would agree with that.
Yeah.
It's good background noise.
Yeah, it's like, oh, well, it's Die Hard. Why try to search any further? You know.
Yeah.
I'm okay. Cool. I got it.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I have reached my peak.
Okay.
All right. Now that I've got that, now I know how I have to arrange this stuff. Because they want that stupid thing sticking out there, but it means that I got stuff backwards in here. I'm just going to remove the stacks apart and make it right. It's entirely my mistake. I just always, every Core XY I've ever done, I always get a little wonky.
Yeah, the Core XY where I struggle the most is getting all of the pulleys the correct height. You know, I got to run the belt, look at it a few times, all that kind of stuff. It just never seems to. It's always kind of finicky. You got to tinker with it for a while.
Yep. It's all about getting the path just right.
That's right.
And square. Now I got to figure out what I did wrong and figure out the proper way to put it back together so that I'm not a complete failure in life. All right, there we go. Now it's out. And I can kind of just sit here and hold it up to it and go, nope, it's supposed to be like that.
I like building doubles of machines. That way I can run over and go, wait, what?
Yep.
And I can look at the first one.
I could see that. All right, I think I see what happened here. And I think I can recover not terribly. Except because of the flaw.
Andrew Rogers wants to know if there's a chance of getting a black translucent PLA. I don't even know that I've ever seen that color.
That is a hard thing to do.
I'll bet it is.
Because the darker you go, the less translucent things can be. If you didn't know, now you know. So the darker you go, the less translucent it can be. All right, now I think I know where I screwed up. Okay, so in order to make this pretty, I am going to take that, leave that there. And I'm going to do bolts from the front. Because I think bolts from the front are prettier.
Yes. So I don't. There's a chat and there's a comment in the chat. I don't know that I understand, but it's something to the effect of, I don't think. How come you guys have printers all have regular Allen wrenches instead of nice hobby wrenches? What exactly is a hobby wrench? Maybe that's something. Maybe that's something people know that I just don't know.
It's because Jason didn't put it in the kit. Remember, we're trying our best to do it by the rule book.
Well, Dave is.
Yeah. But what it really works out to be is that I just like ball-in Allen wrenches. I always have. And I don't like powered Allen wrenches. I just don't like them and this type of stuff because that's just asking for trouble.
Mike says he has some PVB black that is sufficiently transparent. Interesting. But PVB is like poly smooth, isn't it?
I think that's what it is. That sounds familiar. I mean, there's also PVB, which is a water-soluble material as well. It's another term for use for that. There's PVA, and then there's also a PVB.
What's that stuff? Bondas or ball in. Yes. Mr. Dave Wilson is a buddy of mine. He's a 3D printing person. He lives down the street from me. He brought me some of these Bonhus Allen drivers, and I've been using them a lot, and they're fantastic. I didn't even know they were a thing. What was I talking about before that? PVB, but oh yeah, what's that stuff that I don't, does Verbatim make it? I don't remember who makes it. It's like BOVH, that water soluble stuff.
BVOH.
BVOH. That stuff is incredibly expensive, but it's pretty nice.
Yep. Death by options. There's quite a few water soluble solutions out there. I'm still a PVA fan.
Yeah.
But here's the thing: when it comes down to it, I think that only one company has gotten water soluble right, and that's Ultimaker.
Yeah.
Every time anyone else plays with it, they're doing it wrong. Ultimaker really needed a separate hot end to make it work.
The problem I've always had with PVA is the fact that it soaks up moisture so fast.
Yes.
You almost have to actively dry it, or it turns into spaghetti. Ultimaker's, I can afford it, nor would I need it. But that chamber with the dryer and everything that sets, underneath or on top or wherever it goes, that's super awesome.
That's the way to do it.
Yep.
All right, I think I got this now, but I'm not 100% sure. disassemble one last time because I'm going to change the bolts around because they're backwards for me. All right. We'll get there. Anybody say anything fun yet?
I'm just cruising back through.
Saying if we missed anything good.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I was talking about Dave Wilson. He's a retired guy and he makes videos. He does, occasional 3D printing videos and stuff. But I found out he knows my Uncle Ray. And I found out, Dave was talking to Ray about 3D printing or whatever. And it came about, I watched this one guy and I think he's from around here. And Ray's like, oh, yeah. He lives right over there. So it was kind of weird how Dave found me. But Dave, I've always got way too many 3D printers. You know how that goes. And I had an Ender 5, and Dave was really into Ender 5, so I was like, "Hey, come get this one." And so I just gave it to him, and he's been souping it up on his YouTube channel and making all these different modifications. But he named it Chris. So there's an Ender 5 out there with my name on it someplace.
It sounds like a threat, or
Yeah.
There's an Ender 5 out there that has my name on it.
Is that a good printer or a bad printer?
All right, let's see if I can recover from my mistakes. Of course I can. I'm David Randolph.
That's right.
I am the Lizard King. I can do anything. If you know that reference, I'm impressed.
Absolutely.
And if you don't know that reference, then I'm disappointed in your generation. All right, let's see if I can recuperate.
Well, this is looking pretty good.
Still happy?
Yeah.
I think I'm getting back on track with my little catch up.
I haven't been completely irritated by anything, so we're in good shape.
Wow. Everyone set your clocks.
Yeah, timestamp that. What note is this? Now that one is a little close to that printed part. So I'm wondering if I need to move X over just a bit, because I think absolutely I do. So I didn't get it. That's one thing I didn't do, was center that like I should have. In fact, are there any specs in the guide that tell you one way or the other which way X goes?
That's a good question.
I didn't see a measurement or anything for it. Well, that I saw.
Oh, the funkiness of it all, right?
Yep.
All right, stand by. I need my snips. I gotta do a little repair work here. All right.
Nice. What's they're asking where the printed solid store is. What is the Newmark, Delaware?
Newark.
Newark, Delaware. That was close.
You have to remember to say Delaware. It's not in Jersey.
Right.
But we're only like 40 minutes from Newark, Jersey. So it's very confusing around here. But we say Newark, Delaware, if you're talking about Delaware, and it's Newark, and if you're in New Jersey.
Gotcha.
Because they just want to make things confusing.
Hmm. There we go. Now we're moving. Let's just run. There's like 2 millimeter gap in between that belt and that printed part.
It's like, it's tight.
It's tight. Kansas City isn't confusing now. Oh yeah. Every large city in Missouri is confusing. St. Louis is confusing. Kansas City is confusing. You never know what state you're in.
It's just funny because the part of it, I mean, Delaware is a small state as it is.
Right.
But let's put it this way. I am 5 miles from Maryland. I am 5 miles from Pennsylvania. I am 5 miles from New Jersey.
Wow.
And I'm 5 miles to the ocean.
And you're 5 seconds from a toll road everywhere you go.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that 5 miles has 3 toll roads.
Yeah, it does.
It's the real problem around here. But that's kind of, East Coast for you. Everything's a toll road.
Yeah, it is. It's just expected. All right.
Feeling good?
Yeah. Now in this picture, are you running your belts yet?
Not yet. I am still fixing my X problem.
Gotcha. So in that picture, they show both of those belts coming down over the top of the carriage and getting hooked. But if you were to do that, unless I ran it wrong. Oh, wait, I think I did run it wrong. Oh, I did run it wrong on this side. That's why it's wonky. Never mind. The user error. I can fix that.
see if I got this right. All right, I think that's good enough for that fix. All right, now let's see if I get this right. That is supposed to go here.
You want me to put this where?
We didn't say this was a family show. We just said it was the show. Gotta have a sense of humor if you're in the 3D printing world.
That's true. Or you will go insane.
Well, you're already insane if you're in the 3D printing world. It's just that's how we cope.
Yeah, why did I ever get involved with this?
I really don't know. I feel like, I'm a weirdo. All right.
My buddy got me involved in 3D printing, so I just blame him for everything.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
My curse is I was out in San Francisco at all the hacker spaces, and we were all building 3D printers in the early days. It was all Mendel Max junk.
Oh, yeah.
And everyone had a Kickstarter out there, so everyone had a Kickstarter before there was a Kickstarter. All right, I'm gonna try and get this on right. Now, screwing up again, which I know is asking a lot.
Yeah, I'm currently backtracking as well, so.
So you're saying there's a chance. You know what? I am just fighting an uphill battle, so I'm going to stop that.
Dan is here. Hello.
And then there's the troublemakers come in. Oh, Danny boy. The pipes are calling.
Sergio said he's been to Missouri twice, left with a hangover both times. So it was a good experience.
So you found the one thing to do in Missouri.
That's pretty much it.
All right. Take two for the x-axis for David. What do you take two in on?
I ran the belt over the printed part when I should have run it under it.
Yep,
So
that'll do it.
Going back and redoing that. Probably would have wore that part out relatively quickly if I would have ran it like that. There's that one.
All right.
There's that one.
All right.
Okay, there's that. Now on the other side. think I got it this time.
All right, I hope I got this right this time. All right, now.
Cool. Well, now I feel like we should build more stuff at the same time, Dave.
Yeah,
Time
it
to
works,
find some
right?
other things to do. Yeah.
You know, it's a fun way to hang. One, it's a fun way for us to hang out, and two, it gives people at home something to watch other people struggle.
It's true.
It's very entertaining.
Usually, when I call you, it has something to do with a business. Who wants to deal with that?
Oh, I hate that crap.
It's the worst.
It's the worst. All right, now I think I got that right. Now I think I can do belts. Let's see how they want belts run. I feel like there's some weirdness that goes on here. So Z belt goes along the back, then straight over, and then ties in, and then goes down to the motor on the right side. Correct? Yeah. So it goes along the back idler.
Yeah, that one took me a minute. I had to look at that picture about 10 times before I got the gist on that one.
And then that goes in there. And then it's going to sit inside of, I'll probably flip the printer around just to do that right. And then it sits inside of there. All right, and that's good there. Now this goes straight down and goes over the motor and then back up and then back over. So I'm going to chop it right there. Because Core XY, I can't really be optimal with the belts. There's just always going to be waste. And that means that this goes down.
Good to know even the experts make mistakes. I don't know an expert. But yes, mistakes all around.
Well, you're trying to figure out how someone else designed it, so there will always be mistakes.
Right.
That's the thing. Now, if it was my own design printer and I made the mistake, then that would be a problem. All right, and that goes up. There we go. Now I'm cooking with Crisco.
All right. We're almost done with the mechanics soon. Time for electronics. Will we get to see it print today? Not today. I don't think I can go that long without eating some dinner.
Without crying.
Yeah. If we finished it today, it would be broke by the end of the evening, probably. But we were quite a ways in, I can say that.
All right, so now in order to run this, I come straight out. That belt stays back there. That goes correct. This is an interesting Core XY. I'm not really used to things. It just might be upside down to me. That's all it is. 101 is just upside down to me in my head.
Yeah, like I said, it took me a second to get my head around that.
And look at that? That pulley is in the wrong spot. That's the pulley that should be backwards. I must have missed that in the instructions. But that's okay, because I can fix that. I would like to get all the mechanicals done. I'd feel good about that tonight. And then just electrical and software tomorrow and make it easy. And then tomorrow we print.
Tomorrow we print.
Because let's not forget, you know, you and I both came in when the sun was up.
That's true. This will probably be my last live stream series for a couple of weeks.
Well, yeah, went out on a plus note, right?
Yeah. The problem with the live streams is when you continue to build, it's hard to make content. So you can't, you got all this stuff going on the table, and then you have to shovel it someplace and then continue later. So you almost have to put it on pause to get the live streams done. So I like to do a few and then take a break. And
yeah, that's the thing, is that your prep work for a live stream is not as bad as content.
Right.
You don't overly think it out, but it's amazing how much work still goes into the prepping.
Yeah.
You kind of get a faster payoff with a live stream, but you get higher content with the content, for lack of a better way to phrase that.
This thing even still has the belt loop on it, the key thing, the ratcheting key thing. That's hysterical.
Which thing?
The key, the retractor.
Oh yeah.
That's so cool. It's the little things that really get me.
I mean, you got to give them. I mean, it's a innovative way to handle the problem.
That's pretty inventive.
I'll give them credit for that. I don't think anyone else really thought of that as the solution.
I only hope this came about because one of these guys was on their way to work and they had one of these for their badge or something, or they were an actual janitor. That's
what I'm thinking. I'm like, one of them's a janitor somewhere.
I was a janitor many moons ago.
And then they're just like, look down at they're like, I do 3D printing. They look down at their belt and they went, hey.
Yes, this is it.
I'm going to be rich. Oh, no, it's open source.
Open source.
I'm never going to make money.
That's pretty cool.
All right. There we go. Almost done with my belting. Belt it out. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. And then that will come out. Yeah, that's the right path. That's pretty good. I like it. I am not going to complain about that. It's ugly right now, but the belt is going the right path. I feel like the carriage is on the right path.
So good.
Now it's time to tighten up.
If there's anything, if this printer is terrible, this key retract thing is worth the whole thing right here. It doesn't. I am just so tickled by this thing.
You're just like, this alone,
this is
totally worth it.
Totally worth it.
I died of dysentery, but this thing was totally worth it.
Exactly.
You can tell who's been playing Oregon Trail on the side.
Gotta love Oregon Trail. I think you can play that for free online, or somebody was telling me. I never went and looked at it, but I need to go play it once.
Archive.org.
Archive.org. It's been many, many years since I played that game. Archive.org. Okay, now you know why there's no stopper on this other side. It's because that's where this thing goes.
Yep. So that's the frontmost belt. This is the rearmost belt. So I'm going to slide this rearmost belt, grab it, go down in the hole.
But what did I do wrong?
I ask myself that question every day.
Gotcha.
All right. Now the second belt. Almost done. That side.
I was a circus janitor once. That would be an interesting one. Circus janitor.
Seems like that would just be a load of horse manure.
Or elephant.
Or elephant manure. I have to be a little bit careful. I know it's YouTube, but I have the mouth of a sailor.
I do as well. And you know, as such a calm, cool, collected guy here on YouTube, if you know me in person, I really like to swear.
It's fun.
It is a lot of fun. And it makes you feel better inside. So
You
I
know?
do my best to hold it back.
It's how I survive the world.
That's right.
All right, almost done there. All right, I got one side of belts tied in. I think they're going the right direction. I think I got it right. Did I get it clean? Clean enough. All right, now the next thing I want to do, make sure both motors are up as high as they can go so that I can tension them later. There we go. Pretty good. I'm gonna slide up again. Now, let's do the rear one. All right, let's tuck that in the hole. Actually, you know what? I want to do the front one first, because then that'll make life easier. Because it will be out of the way. And there we go.
What part are they talking about?
What you talking about, Voron?
What you talking about, Voron? They talk about a shim. Oh, maybe it's just in the mix of all these other shim things. Oh, there it is. That's the beauty of printing white parts and then putting them on a white table.
They disappear.
They really do. M516.
All right, come on.
Joel met me at Murph, and he said it was just like I must have been on my best behavior, Joel. I wasn't. The day it must have been early in the day, and I wasn't swearing yet.
And Joel meets me and he goes, "Yep, that's about what I expected."
Yep, that's Dave. I was on my best behavior. The thing about Murph too is I do try to stay on my best behavior because, well, now they're getting pretty old, but there were quite a few children in our group. You know, we had Thomas and Bennett and Xander and Zach. So that we always around our table there was a lot of kids. So I tried to not swear as much for their parents' sake.
And then you just kind of sneak out the back of the building and just go.
Plus, you know, Murph is always such a good time. I'm always in a good mood when I'm there.
Oh yeah, of course. All right, let's see. All right, I think I got it finally. But I need to move everything out of the way so I can get in there and tighten down the belts. All right. All right, I think the rest of it I'll make up for. Let me see if I get just a little more tension out of it before I rely on the motors.
Mike said I was quite the potty mouth at breakfast. Me and Mike ate breakfast like every day that we were. I think it was Murph or Irf, wherever we were. But that's also half of Walter's fault. Walter he swears like every other word, so he makes me swear a lot too.
Mm-hmm. Sure, blame it on Walter.
Well, you got to. I learned from the best.
I just know I'm a bad influence on Matt Gordon. Okay. I think I got that done. So I got belts moving in the right direction. Oh, yeah. And it looks like everything is lined up, spaced properly. And now all I got to do is tension the belts a little bit better.
Where did they go? Nope, that's not them. 3, 8. I know I just had some M312s a minute ago.
Oh, I took them. They're over here.
they're on your table.
Come and get them.
M3, there they are.
Like it's a guitar string, baby.
How is Walter? He's good. He called me the other day, and of course I didn't answer it. But I did talk to him a couple of weeks ago, and he was doing okay then. He got a new job, doing something a little different, but he's been good. Are we streaming again tomorrow? Yes. What do you think, Dave? You want to do the same time tomorrow?
I say same bat time, same bat channel.
Alrighty. So that would be 11 Eastern. Jeez. Don't slip with the key ring holder thing. It'll take your head off.
They actually put a warning in that in the manual.
Where are your goggles? So yes, 11 Eastern.
That is a guitar string tight. All right. I'm feeling pretty good about that now. I got the path right.
Good.
Okay, finally. Now I'm on a counterweight.
There you go.
So I'm a little behind you.
So yep, I just got that on. And I hate to break up a good time, but somebody just mentioned it in there. We haven't streamed for 7 hours, and
Oh yeah.
I could totally use some food. What do you think, Dave? You want to call it here?
I think it's not a bad time to call it, and then we'll pick up tomorrow. Because I mean, mechanically, we're not far off.
Yeah, we're getting ready to dive right into the hot end and all that good stuff. So maybe that's a good thing to start with.
Yeah, I mean, other than I'm probably like 30 minutes behind you, but that's nothing.
Yeah.
At least we have our we have all of our motion paths. That's the real way to look at it. We have all of our motion paths.
It's looking pretty good, I have to say.
I love my Tony Stark theme. That's all I'm going to say. I think it's brilliant. So, but yeah, all that's left is, I mean, we're on page 62 of 107 pages.
Yeah, so we're doing pretty good.
We're not bad. And most of it's going to be just the tool head.
Right.
After this, I mean, after I'd finished my counterweight, it's just tool head stuff.
Okay.
And that's where I get to have my fun with my accent colors, because I get to do things like, put the red fan on the top and the gold on the bottom, and mix and match and make it all aesthetic and pleasing.
Then the fun starts.
And yeah, in case you haven't noticed, I feel like I have enough printers. I'm really just building this just so I can get the nice color scheme going.
Awesome.
I will say this though. At this point, the best way I would refer to this is it's a good frame. It's a good frame. It's a beefy frame. The XY components are not complicated, or the core XY components, which is technically an XZ, are not complicated compared to other kits, even though I screwed up. It's not complicated compared to like a rail core XY.
Right.
I mean, after you follow the path, it does make sense pretty easily. I like the tensioner on the X and Z. They did a good job on the tensioner. I don't like the tapping into plastic on a couple of the parts here. I'm just not fond of that as a human being. I wish they'd put a tensioner on the Z axis. I didn't see one. Nice. Yeah, I didn't see a way to tension on the Z axis. So, I'm sorry, the Y axis. If they put a tensioner on the Y axis, they kind of missed that one, in my opinion.
Cool.
Compared to what they do and what they are, what they're known for. And so far, not too bad.
Yeah, I'm digging it. I think it looks cool. It's a little different. I'm anxious to see how it prints, compare it to some other stuff. But it's been fun so far. So
yeah, get ourselves a little bed slinger that's not really a bed slinger.
Yeah, it's kind of a different animal, that's for sure. Cool.
It feels good. All right, guys. I say we call it and go home and enjoy life and sleep and come back in the morning and keep on cranking.
Absolutely. Well, thanks for everybody that joined us today. We will be back tomorrow at 11 a.m. Eastern. We will finish this thing up. Thanks for all the super chat, just hanging out and talking with us. You made it even more interesting than just us talking and building. So it's always good times. But we will end it there, and we'll see you all tomorrow, hopefully. Take it easy.
Have fun, everyone.